Good evening and welcome to the May 18th, 2023 Budget Committee of the City of Oregon City. And the first thing I do is like to have the roll call. So we'll start with Mr. Gifford and go on around.
Chair McGriff, I can go ahead and do the roll too. But
we'll just try to make it easy on you. Just
William Gifford here.
Rocky Smith.
Andy Smith.
Adam Morrow. Casey Flush.
Denise McGriff.
Kyle Arnhart.
Mike Mitchell.
Lori Arnello.
Frank O'Donnell.
Do we have any members that are absent? Everybody's here? Okay, excellent. All right. The first order of business is that we have item number 3, which is public comment. And I have Pam Wilson here. So new information. And thank you.
Yes.
Keep wanting to have this be an amplifier. I'm just sorry.
Yeah.
So this is my, this is Pam Wilson for Oregon City Together. This is my 3rd budget committee meeting. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot. I've heard a lot of talk about planning ahead, creating a livable community, having a city where people want to live, work, and play. And for us, you know, a livable community means children and youth who are doing well, who are living up to their full potential because they are not using drugs, and who know that city leaders and the community have their back. They will be productive citizens, good employees, and add to the community. On the other hand, youth abusing drugs and becoming addicted are more likely to drop out of school, be underemployed, and perhaps even homelessness. I know you got some funds for homelessness in your budget, which is great. As of yet, no funding yet for addiction prevention, one of the root causes of homelessness. And prevention is a lot cheaper than dealing with the consequences. We totally support your funding of youth and teen activities through the parks and the teen services at the library. Thank you. Being engaged and having something to enjoy is a protective factor for youth. But again, we urge you to consider investing in prevention and saving young lives. And I think part of this is, we know that OCT, we don't fit neatly into your departments. We don't fit neatly into your budget categories, but that doesn't mean it's not important and it's not a good investment. Legal marijuana and its taxes have benefited the city's general fund, but again, it's harmed youth and added to the social norm that using drugs is not harmful. I mean, this is the social norm that's Oregon City, Oregon. It's been going on for a while, and it's one of the risk factors for our youth and our environment. It seems logical that you would use some of the marijuana taxes to mitigate the harm of legal marijuana on the city's youth. And we think there's considerable public support of this action. We do an annual survey of all the parents in the school district. And last fall, we asked them, do you think the Oregon City Commission should allocate a percentage of the taxes it receives from the sale of recreational marijuana to fund programs to prevent youth substance abuse? And 83% of the parents responded yes. Now, they're not you and having to balance a budget when they said this, but 83% said yes. And here's a small sampling of their comments. I thought that was the entire trade-off for allowing weed shops in the first place. Absolutely, 100%, best money spent. If it's available in the community, they should be involved in preventing underage use of the product and education for responsible use of it for adults. It just makes sense. There should be that should be the purpose of the taxes, to tax those using, to put back into things that make our community stronger. It goes without saying. It only seems logical that the taxes from the sale of marijuana be used to help prevent youth substance use. And we work with diverse community partners. People sit around, we have a big table that people sit around. We're data-driven. We use evidence-based strategies to reduce risks and increase protective factors. Last week in your packet, I gave you, you have a lot of stuff in your packet. I gave you this outline of how we would spend $50,000. And it lists our goal, it lists our specific measurable outcomes, and lists how we'll measure those outcomes. That's how we do business. I mean, our big federal grant is sunsetting, but we learned, that's what these grants require, to be very specific. And why we're so specific and what we, and about what we do and how we do it is because prevention of youth drug use is absolutely essential to the well-being of Oregon City youth and their families. It's essential and life-saving. Like next week, when we're working with community partners like the Oregon City Police and the other educators to increase awareness of fake pills and fentanyl, we will save at least one life. Now, it's hard to measure prevention. It's hard to measure, if possible, what didn't happen, but we know because our speaker is going to have a parent evening, going to almost all the schools, we know that at least one student who hears our speaker will think twice about getting a pill via social media, not go down that road.
You're close to your time.
Got it.
Thank you.
Yep. So that's what it's all about, really, protecting youth and saving lives. And it takes a village. You were part of that village. Thank you. We're just asking you to play a bigger role. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question for
Sure.
you. So when you were doing this survey, did you tell people what we are using, what I say we, the city is using the money for? Because I've had people ask me, and when I've told them, because we were very specific, I wasn't on the commission at the time, but I went back and what the city said at the time, how they're going to use the money. And it was very, very specific and targeted.
No, we did not ask them. That'd be an interesting push point question for a survey to say, would you rather have it on this? We did not ask it that way, no.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, people say, well, what are we using it for? And when I tell them, they go, oh,
Right,
so that's exactly what the city commission at the time said it was going to be utilized for. So-
right. And that's, and in the county, the county uses some of its prevention dollars, some of its marijuana tax dollars goes to prevention.
Right, okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Herman. Well, yeah. I don't think there's 3 chairs there, so,
Yeah, there are. There can be.
well, just do
We
it
will
one at a
make it
time.
work.
You put that back to
We are
zero.
creative and resourceful
Okay,
here.
hang on. Try to get that back to 0.
Okay, are we ready? Hi, my name is Kat Ziegler. I'm here on behalf of many people that are sitting here, but here representing the citizens of Oregon City. One thing that I think we need to recognize, and I'm here to talk about the budget financing for the Parks and Recreation Department with their request to go ahead and add additional staff members to go ahead and maintain over 300 acres of green space, parks, over 350,000 square feet of buildings, over a 60-year-old swimming pool. This facility you're sitting in right now, that department has probably more responsibility when it comes to maintenance of public assets that's owned by the city than any other department that you have. But most importantly, why I'm here is for the citizens of Oregon City, because as when we were shut down during the pandemic, people were not able to go outside and truly engage with nature. And right now we're coming out of a transition where people are having point of benefit, but points of withdrawal as they go forward to enjoy what the city has to offer. What we're asking for is not to add more sports fields. We know that the city does not have the funding to go ahead and add new facilities. That's not in the budget. So I want to put that on the record right out of the get-go. But I enjoy the parks that are around my home every day. I run my dog in it, I throw a ball. But if that grass wasn't mowed, I would never find that ball. And I would be up there for a long time. And what we're asking for is, think about what the citizens of this city needs to be able to enjoy getting back to normal again. Having life the way it was before the pandemic shut them down. And by adding these additional staff members to the Parks and Recreation Department, we can help normalize people's lives. And we're here to answer questions about that, but that is our main goal. Allow us to get back to where we were before.
Carla Laws, Oregon City. I'm here as my involvement with my neighborhood association in terms of talking about parks. And the biggest focus for me, which I haven't talked about, is livability. In terms of sustainability for our parks and the quality of life for the current residents that live here and the ones that are to come. I've mentioned about infill before, but the biggest thing for us is that these parks are sustainable, that they create livability to improve our lives, and we need to preserve what we have and care for it, especially for the fact that we should go greener as well so that our parks can maintain themselves in the future. I would like more of the community to feel like they can enjoy their parks and feel safe. We have a homeless crisis, so as a neighborhood chair, I would like to see the situation improve overall for the future of our families, our residents, and our community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jerry Herman. I run a nonprofit that helps do projects in and through Oregon City. The reason that we came tonight was the first time we came before you, we had numbers about the cost of the 4 employees that would be involved here in maintenance and so forth, but they didn't include the other personal expenses. So there is new information here. The total cost of the ask for 4 employees properly, other personal expenses included, is $350,000 per year, $350,000 per year, total of $700,000. Now, we are going to be here for the long term. The immediate need is for something to happen to improve the ability for them to respond. They have huge exposure. You've heard about that. We want to help you with a future park bond. We want to help you with a future utility assessment, if that would be another approach you'd like, or a Parks District formation, which I've been involved in those myself over in Tuolumne Valley. And the essence of the whole thing is we're really here to say this is a high level need that they have at this point. We're here for the long term to support your efforts to make your parks program not only sustainable, but really effective for both the employees and the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In general, I want to thank everybody that has been coming to the meetings and participating. It's really important, and the testimony is being considered by everybody that's here, so we appreciate it. I'd like to turn the meeting over to the city manager and our finance director for budget deliberations. So 4A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. So we're gonna pick up where we left off last time. So I'd like to explain, we put some handouts on the dais for you, so I'd just maybe like to start there and walk through. We provided new page 61, which is the organizational assessment for Parks and Recreation, showing the Assistant Parks and Recreation Director above the 4 management positions for the Facilities Manager, Aquatics and Rec, Social Service and Community Center, and Parks and Cemetery Manager. We also consolidated, we had a cemetery maintenance broken out. Essentially parks, and there was a parks and cemetery maintenance and then a cemetery maintenance. We consolidated those into one. I think we were trying to be a little too precise there without accurately reflecting it on the FTE sheet on the back of the page. The second thing we're providing is really on page 73, but really it's on page 74. So there was a question about the dedicated park donations. And so on page 74, we've included the description of how we track dedicated donations that come into the Parks Department with the line items that we track. So you can see we've got the cemetery, the pool, Pioneer Center, Meals on Wheels, Ermitinger, Veterans Memorial, City Parks, RV Dump, and then the interest is accrued on that lump sum. So this is our attempt to update the book. We'll update this, keep it moving forward so that there can be some a little more clarity and transparency as to what that parks donation is made up of and what the assumptions are for revenues and expenditures that come out of that. So before I go on, are there any questions about that, or you want me to talk about all? Really, a lot of this has to do with Ermitinger, End of the Oregon Trail, and the donation fund.
On the new Oregon Trail page, it says Ermitinger at the bottom. So the new 74B.
Oh, I gotcha. 74B.
On the
Okay.
capital outlay list. So it's, I think it was just copied and pasted.
Okay, so the next page is what's been identified as 74A. It's entitled Ermitinger House. So we're just using 74A, 74B. If this is approved, we'll go back and renumber everything to be accurate relative to pages that are changed or impacted through this process. So really this is describing the Ermitinger House. It's calling it out with the salaries and benefits of the half-time employee, as well as the repair and maintenance associated with that. On the back of that is page 74B. So we've called out the End of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, repair and maintenance services associated with that facility and the capital outlay. 74C is for Ermitinger House. So what this is showing is you've got the two lines there of general fund and dedicated. So the general fund shows the revenues coming in through admissions, the salary associated with the halftime FTE for that facility, the repair and maintenance. So this ties back to page 74A. But then we also included, so you get a full picture of what's happening at Ermitinger, the dedicated, which is the donation fund. So here, if you look at page 74 under the Ermitinger line, you have a beginning fund balance of $6,922. We're anticipating donations of $2,800. The expenditures for office and administrative supplies of $200, special programming of $1,000. So you've got expenditures of $1,200, leaving a total of $8,522 in the dedicated donation fund. So really, this sheet is intended to show the total of the general fund contribution to running the facility, as well as how the donation funds are being expended with that facility. Any questions yet?
I have a comment.
Sure.
Thank you very much for this updated information. It's, of course, much more accurate, I think, but I expect it is. But I want the commission here to realize that this budget was put together during difficult times, that there was a whole month lost, as I understand it, to the ransom issue with the computer. And yeah, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect, but I think that you've done a stalwart job and making corrections to make it perfect.
Appreciate that.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. A lot of that goes to Matt and his team, Aaron and those folks did a great job.
He's already got a big head. I don't need him anymore.
And I think, for us too, I mean, this is the first time it's been asked for, including this type of a detail within the budget. So I think moving forward over the next 2 years, we've had some discussion about how can we better, bring forward some of this, a little more clarity in the budget for some of the rolled up line items. And we'll see it when we walk through the slides that I have here.
Looks good.
I don't think that it's unreasonable to look at that and ask for a little bit more specificity, and I think that would help the staff as well.
So then we also have a new page 135, 136. Really, this was to accurately reflect the additional information for the personnel FTE count to the revised org chart. Thank you. That we provided you. I think this is something that we'll probably be looking at internally as well, because really this is an accumulation of years of different methodologies behind FTE calculations. And so not to get too far in the weeds, but just to explain, city manager is funded by multiple departments. But if you look on here, I'm the city manager at 1 FTE. Right. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of how folks are funded versus where they sit and report. And so, that was part of this with the cemetery and trying to unwind and pull out the cemetery as its own fund so that we could get our hands around what are the true operational costs and expenditures on that facility, because it's always just been buried in parks and maintenance. And so it's hard to pull that out. So we got a little bit ahead of ourselves there.
I have another comment.
Sure.
Excuse me. Page 131, I drew a little happy face on the fact that this page actually has a change. That is the first time in the document, page 131.
Okay.
The column of change.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned this last time, that's a real handy feature to see which way the wind is blowing on some of these things. Not necessarily this page, but on some of the other pages, it was just a dollar amount. And you didn't know, is that up, down? You had to do a lot of comparisons. Either the dollar or the percentage would be nice, or both.
The next page is a printout of budget change requests. I'm hoping we can skip that for 1 second. And then I included, there was a question about the assistant city manager. Currently, it was included in the budget How was that going to be set up? What is it going to do? So really just tried to show, working with HR, we've been talking about this. We didn't know if this was going to be funded or not. It's a big ask in this budget. We've looked at job descriptions, other organizations. At the end of the day, we can set it up. I can set this up how, we feel best. What I provided here is a breakdown of really taking the administrative functions, departments within the city, and putting that under an assistant city manager, and then having the city manager continue to work with more visible departments that are customer facing, police department, community development, public works, parks and rec, our city recorder, communications, economic development. Assistant city manager, if that position is funded, human resources, finance department, IT, library, facilities, special projects, engaging with the community. The part of this though is having the flexibility. Let's just say I hire an assistant city manager and she was an economic development director somewhere. It doesn't, we could very simply move ECDev over. It's really tailoring the portfolio to the talents, experience, and expertise of who we're fortunate enough to hire. So I don't want you to assume this is it, right? But it is an example. There's probably 1,000 iterations of what this could be, depending on the talents of the personnel that we're able to hire in.
I'm going to raise my own hand, but I want the public and the budget committee, those who are new, we have had this position previous.
When I started,
And
the last of the year.
I know, and so it's not really new. We're looking at bringing it back because the responsibilities and the things that the city's being required to do, not only federally, state, local, have become more complicated. So the proposal is to bring this position back. It's not a new concept. It's a concept we had, and you did that very same thing with the previous occupier of the site, that their skill levels was tailored to how the direct reports were allocated. So again, you're repeating, telling us something that, when people understand that this didn't come out of the ether, this is something we had. The city commission's had some discussion about this, and that's where we are today.
I just didn't want the budget committee or commissioners to think this hasn't been thought of. It's been thought through. We just didn't know the ranking of a limited budget and resources that are available, whether it was actually. There any?
I actually thought about that organizational chart, and it's not for tonight's discussion, but the city commission only supervises directly the city manager and
The judge.
circuit judge, our judge.
Municipal
judge. And I don't know, should there be a dotted line in the organizational chart between this city commission and the assistant manager? And I don't want to get into that tonight, but we can talk about it later, about our authority, our supervision. Although you should have direct supervision, maybe there should be a dotted line also to the commission, because that's a powerful position, as is yours. And
You can go right through me. I hear you.
I don't think you want to go right through you. It's just a thought for the future, but not for tonight.
Understood. Are there any questions? So I jumped a little bit here. So this was the dedicated donations fund. So this was the updated page that we provided. So this is really the breakout of the line items that are rolled up in the dedicated donations. Page 74, we missed it.
It's a lot of money for a dump,
Is that a shortcut?
literally.
Oh,
It usually has a significance
I
in
think
the
it's-
county. Matt, what's the significance of a parentheses in the budgetary statement? For example, 74C.
So Mr. O'Donnell, would you just repeat that?
I wanted to know what, in accounting parlance, what's the significance of a parentheses on page 74C in the bottom? Does that indicate what is that, a subtotal or a shortcoming, or what
In
is
this
it?
case, what that represents is the fact that the general fund is essentially subsidizing or contributing would be general fund revenue, property taxes, or whatever general fund revenue. We just didn't put designated property taxes down to every single department. So in essence, it's being funded by general fund revenue, but we didn't include that in this Ermitinger recap because we don't parse out all the revenue carries in the department.
Yeah,
So
some
the-
departments would have like a transfer from.
So the 144,550 is total expenditures. And then underneath that 139,150, what does that signify?
We bring in $5,400 worth of revenue, and we spend 144, so the net is that
Okay.
139. So we're really spending more than we bring in.
Gotcha.
From Ermitinger. It's offset by other general fund revenue, like property taxes or the fungible general fund revenue.
Okay. Well, I knew that parentheses had a significance in accounting, so I wanted to ask. Thanks.
Wasn't basically, it's a negative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally in some documents I've seen, they'll put the item in parentheses in red, but not all of them do that.
So I guess I feel like we've answered, or I've tried to answer the questions from the last meeting. If there aren't any more questions fund related, what we put together, and this is another handout that you had, the one I asked you to kind of take a pause for a second on, was we looked at, so we believe that we've tracked the asks that have been received to the budget committee so far, right? So for parks employees, we estimate that about $125,000 per employee, multiplied by 4, $500,000 a year, $1 million over the biennium. OC Together's request was $40,000, $80,000 for the biennium. CIC, $36,000, 72. You get the idea. Library, $350,000, $700,000. Arts Commission, $60,000, $120,000. Turf fields, this is one turf field. We tried to look at what it would cost to build one full turf field. The estimate was anywhere from $500,000 to $2 million. Okay, so this was more for conversation, to have a discussion about. Forester, code, caseworker, and then we put parks to maintenance because it seems like it'd been a topic, but it wasn't necessarily, and it's been embedded in some of these conversations, so you can either take it or leave it. Totals at the bottom per year. Fourth column, timing. When we think about 4 parks employees, unless we're going to make these limited term 2-year, this is a ongoing forever cost. Okay, so that's why we call it ongoing. OC Together. This could be a decision that we're going to say we're going to do this one time, one biennium, or it could be ongoing. Okay, we're going to do this every year. We're going to give this much. CIC, same thing, ongoing. Arts Commission, so I mean, these are somewhat subjective. It was really, really hard to find something that really was a one-time cost. One could argue building a turf baseball field would be a one-time cost. There are maintenance costs associated with that, but that's different than the capital expenditure. Forester, code enforcement, caseworker. So then what we did was started to think about the color of the money, right? So opiate. So we have recently entered into 3 different settlement agreements. Some of them are more new than others with opioid producers, manufacturers, and distributors. Our last one was with 5, like Walgreens, a couple other, CVS, that were selling opiates. So this is relatively new. And I say that because we don't really have a good estimate yet of how much money is going to come in when. Okay, so far it's kind of come in kind of fits and starts, and we have 3 different settlements with 3 different dispersal amounts. The methodology is actually already changed in one of them. So there is money there. Exactly what it's going to be and how reliable it's going to be for a 5 to 10 year period, We just don't know the answer to that yet. And because it's part of that settlement, we think of this like a restricted fund, okay? It has very descriptive parameters on what those funds can be used for. I cannot use opiate funds to go fill potholes. Okay? We could use it for drug education. Okay? We could use it for a caseworker. Now, the idea with the caseworker and talking with Jim Band, if that was something that the budget committee is interested in, or the city commission is interested in, we would propose that the commission provide direction at a later date, not create an FTE and fund it, but say, we want the staff to look into creating a caseworker. We believe we could probably work with other jurisdictions, maybe hire one caseworker, 2, 3, 4 jurisdictions, split the cost. Let's try it for 2 years, see what it looks like, see how it works, get a better idea on what these revenues coming in are gonna be, to look at funding something like that. To deal with, and when we talk about caseworker, we're talking about when you end up into, municipal court, if we're going to start looking at some type of a diversionary court system where you need to go, instead of, 14 days, you're going to go do mental health counseling and substance abuse. Someone needs to manage that. And we historically haven't done that at the local level. It's really been a county issue. So that's part of filling in the homeless liaison officer, Val with our behavioral health specialist, bringing in a caseworker to kind of complete that ability to track, follow through. Are they violating? Are they fulfilling what they've been sentenced to do? Type of a situation. We also believe between the potential for other partnerships as well as grant funding, we could probably leverage the funds that we have available to us to our benefit with additional outside funding. So that was a long answer for why I have 2 X's in opiates. Tourism, so TRT money, the current budget does fund arts. Oops, sorry.
Before we move on,
Sure.
Ken, is there a best case and a worst case scenario of how much we would get from those settlements?
So one thing that Donnie did explain was that these are national settlements. So these are being handled by the national attorneys. So we are getting coming down, I think, to the state. Each state has to respond. It's much like federal law. To be clear, it's not something that the city of Oregon City went out and engaged directly.
We were asked to join.
Right,
Yeah.
right, like a class action lawsuit. Still a Coast Guard. Now, to answer your question, right now we're anticipating about, in fact, this budget has 85,000 per year in it for opioid revenue, and that's under the police department. And Chief Bam has spent some of it in eligible expenses. And by the end of the biennium, we're not, anything that's not spent in this opioid money, because it is restricted for certain purposes, very tight purposes, we're keeping in the reserve for future expenditures category in general fund. So it's staying. That's why it's up here as an offering, is because the opioid money is restricted and it could be for those purposes. We don't know if it's going to pan out 85. The reason it's unclear is because when you first enter into a class action lawsuit, you often get multiple years worth of back payments, essentially. And as Scott said, that the distribution of the city of Oregon City's portion of that has actually changed at least once. It's an allocation that's out of our control.
So it rolls over the unspent?
Yes.
Okay.
In a dedicated fund.
Yes. It's part of the reserve for future expenditures.
Great.
And it's earmarked, so.
Are ARPA funds not available for the caseworker?
They are. My concern about ARPA funds is that it's a one-time funding source. So while we could certainly fund operational, what happens when ARPA's gone? I don't have a replacement revenue on ARPA. I'd prefer, whatever the budget committee decides, I'd prefer to use ARPA funds on capital, which are one-time costs out the door, rather than using it as an operational expense that in 2 years I've got to somehow fill or cut.
Well, as you know, my statement on that, from their explanation, that position is primarily driven not by the citizens who reside here permanently, but by our population of described as homeless, which dealing with two specific problems which you described, which are mental health and drug abuse. And again, it's a regional problem, and I don't want Oregon City alone bearing that brunt. I say it time and time again, and say what you will, we are not the default solution for the region's problems in that regard. So the funding, when I look at the impact on this community, and last night we sat in City Commission, we listened to a firefighter talk about the demands on his time made by that population, not in this city, but another. And we have demands on all our services every day driven by that population. And when you look at other communities who have freer money because they don't have to deal with that, that's why I'm absolutely adamant about a regional solution. And I don't want to I want to see how we can fund that in a regional method. And I'm okay with the short-term funding from ARPA, because who knows what's going to happen within the next 2 years. The federal government is constantly changing their commitment and contributions to those kind of things. So I understand Mr. Conkle's approach to it, but I just know that it detracts from our ability to provide the quality of life that we want for the people that live here. Money can only go one place at a time. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, as I indicated to you, Commissioner O'Donnell, that I could recite chapter and verse in 1988 from our then past community development director, who said the exact same thing, exactly, when we were meeting with the other jurisdictions. So it has been repeated on a regular basis. Not everybody has gotten the message.
Well, again, and specifically, we have $400,000 in the budget, and I think it's to be determined how that's allocated. And it might have to be allocated to mitigate the effects of that very population that I'm speaking about. I'll leave it at that.
Move on, Mr. Conkle.
So tourism, Arts Commission funding is currently funded in the economic development budget on the tourism, with the tourism TRT money. As you recall, there was a little over $900,000 in that. That could be raised through TRT money if that was the decision of the budget committee, would not have to impact general fund. So here is where ARPA could realistically be used on any of these. We were trying to identify one-time costs, one-time capital type of a situation. Let's utilize those ARPA funds.
You are going to get back to us on you've got the SDC column?
Sure, yes. So we reached out to FCS Group, who has done some work for us with SDC. So there's two components to a system development charge. One is a maintenance component to it. One is a capacity increase component to it. And that is embedded in the methodology. We do not track the two separate kind of categories of an SDC. We've traditionally calculated the SDC, and it's traditionally been used for capacity upgrades just because of the cost of the project, size of the projects. It is something we've been talking about, and this applies across all the SDCs. You have these two factors that go into the creation of the SDC. So
Is that state mandated?
yes.
Okay.
So the maintenance component, if we were to collect and track the maintenance component, if you had a project that was constructed and it's on your capital list, you could use the maintenance component for upgrades, even if it didn't have capacity. We're not tracking it that way. So we have the capacity component, which means we need to add capacity. So the example they give, and this is very simplistic, this is just for discussion purposes. Let's say we use dirt ball fields 8 months out of the year. Okay, we're gonna make turf. And so that adds 4 months of playability, right? So the SDC component could be 1/3 of the total cost, because you've got 4 months, 4 months, 8 months are already existing. The improvement adds 4 months, so 1/3 would be SDC eligible on the capacity part. So that's why we kind of put down partial. I think that this is something Matt and I have talked about. We are in the process of updating the Parks and Rec master plan right now, is really having a thoughtful discussion about the SDC. It won't change necessarily. We're still going to collect $1. It's just potentially 10 cents of that dollar could go towards maintenance of existing systems, and the other 90 cents would have to add capacity. So I know there's a lot there, but I don't know if that makes sense, or if I can try and clarify it any better.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
I think that's awesome that you can have current maintenance of stuff, like whatever it is, you can have maintenance of your current items and not just new parks, new water systems, whatever, not having to do new things.
Right. So, but there are things, on a plan, being identified,
Yeah.
Being collected for, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, the issue we have is that the Parks Master Plan is in process right now, and it has not fully identified all of the components that, well, let's just say a possible wish list. That has not happened yet. We've gotten some indication through the updates, but there's obviously, he's back there, more to come. Mr. Reed?
So then,
The increase in capacity criteria, to me, opens up some doors. I don't know how far you want to push that. If you have a playground system that currently lets 20 kids play, and you now put in one that lets 30 kids play.
Yep, or the ones that ask for pickleball courts, if they 2 courts, now you do, add 1 more, and now you got capacity of play. That's,
Put in lights, they can play until 10.
Yeah.
yeah, you can play, you can extend the hours of usage
Yes.
instead of just daylight hours.
Well,
It
it
can be.
depends on what we talk to our neighborhood associations about. We don't want people to be disturbed. We have noise ordinances and things that.
Oh, you don't want midnight ball
No,
fields
it does
going on?
not go to, it does not go to midnight, I assure you of that.
we also include general fund reallocation. So I've presented you a budget. There's been discussion that we're asking for this. The budget I've presented is the ask of the city. Okay. Staff were directed to bring forward budgets that were limited. We knew this was going to be a tough year in terms of increases for materials and staffing of 0 to 3%. Okay. Some budgets were presented with 56% increases, and that meant I had to go in and say no. Okay. Now, this budget committee is put together to review my proposal that I've put forward to you. And if there are changes, we will make those changes. The majority of this budget committee would like to do that. But, there are a lot of asks. We're here to help kind of walk through, if we can get creative. Really the goal is to protect the general fund. It is it's the portion of the budget that has the most stress on it, the most asked from it, and is the most limited with the ability to absorb significant changes. As you may recall when we started, our goal was 17%, which we hit, 2 months operating on the general fund, but 10% of emergency. We had 5.4%. We're not meeting our own policy goal in that sense now. So I'm not sure where else to go other than to kind of talk about how can we help work through this?
I have some questions.
Some or one? How many is some?
At least
I think
3.
it's a
Okay.
quick one. Just about, why don't the numbers biennial, shouldn't that be twice?
Well, we only counted the turf field once.
Okay.
So the difference should be 750. We didn't double it up to 2 turf fields.
Yeah, it's not double everything. Go ahead.
Just so I have a better handle on some of the issues that we're grappling with. The money that we receive from marijuana or opioids, however you're going to define this, I'm looking to see, is there a trend? If the population increases, is the usage going to increase? Or as education increases, is the trend going to decrease? And I don't know if any studies are being done about trends of using that as a revenue source.
Tracking marijuana revenue is very difficult.
Yeah.
Recently,
Cash is king.
prices drop when it's a crop.
Oversaturated.
It's a crop. There's all kinds of economic factors that make it a variable source of income. And there's also legislative changes that have impacted that as well. So there's, as far as the trend goes, I think we saw a little bit of increase during COVID, or some increase during COVID. But right now, I think the price of an ounce has gone down to like $18.
There was an article.
I read that.
Yeah. There was an
He
article.
buys in pounds, not ounces.
The Economist magazine talked about the fact that when Washington legalized marijuana,
Washington State?
Washington
Okay.
State legalized marijuana, at first it went
Way
way
up.
up, and then it dropped down as more and more dispensaries were available. And they predicted that the same thing was going to happen in Oregon when we legalized it. So I just don't know if anybody, do we know any organizations that are tracking it? And the only reason I'm interested, is that, or how much, I'm wanting to know how much money do we think, and how steady is going to be that flow. So that's question number one. I'd like some information on. Secondly is there's a number of these projects that I'm concerned about a lack of benchmarks or metrics. That is to say, when there's a request for 4 parks employees, what algorithm have we gone through to determine how much of the maintenance would be decreased by 4? Why not 6? Why not 2? And how long would it take to receive an ROI on that investment? So that's something, and any of the rest of these, the turf fields, I'd support putting in a turf field, at least to see how does that impact, but there ought to be some metrics, how much is it used? How much is it, how much spin-off is it going to generate for the rest of the community as we would expect it would? And the same is true for all of those. So I'm just asking for benchmarks and metrics of some of these before we go too heavily into buying them. Well, for example, the code enforcement. If we add more staff, what metric do we have to say, does that mean that their caseload is going to go down? Does that mean we're going to catch more people that are violating code? Does that mean, what are the things that we're going to measure to say whether that was successful or not? And in that regard, I would be more tempted to, and maybe just because I'm a little conservative, is to instigate these for one biennium and then reevaluate it rather than a forever on time going type of thing. The last one that I had was the issue, well, for right now, last one that I had was regarding homeless issues. I hear frequently that mental health and addiction are the 2 major causes of homelessness, but I don't know where that study has been validated. I mean, this is kind of a gut feeling, I think, that a lot of us have, and it makes sense to me, but I don't know what other issues there are, such as, lack of a house, for one thing, contributes to homelessness. And if they don't have a house, sometimes it's difficult to get a job. So unemployment is another issue. It's just with all the contributing issues of what causes or contributes to homelessness, I prefer numbers rather than just, speculation as to these are the biggest issues. That's all for now.
I have a few things on this. So when I was looking, so
Get
the
your question answered.
4 parks employees, I saw on the request in here that it was 3 full-time, like FTEs, and then one was like a promotion or a change. And then the request was actually, we determined it was 350,000, and this says 500,000, so I don't know where the change in that came from.
This
Oh,
isn't
that
our
was an
request.
additional 350.
Yeah, so this is the 4 parks employees it was said initially that it was 3 full-time employees.
We are
That was not our
estimating, we've had a request for 4 parks employees from the citizens.
Yeah.
We're estimating $125,000 per employee for $500,000.
Okay,
That is the estimate that I am giving you.
Okay, I didn't see the 4, that's what I'm saying, is that I didn't see the request for 4. I saw on all these other ones that it was a request for 3 FTEs from the email that Kendall Reed sent.
Right. And then we.
That it was 3, and then the other one was an increase in that it was 197. And then in the last, here it is right here. It was 196.50 for the grand total, and then in the last meeting, we discussed that it was 350,000. So now it's gone up to 4, and I don't remember us having a discussion of 4 FTEs instead of 3.
Then we can change it.
We'll change it to 3
I mean,
times 125.
This represents 4, you can take that and
Yeah.
divide it by 4.
I mean, if it's 4 that's needed, it's,
No, that's
but what I see from the request that was here was that it was 1 facilities maintenance specialist, park maintenance specialist, aquatic coordinator, and converting parks maintenance lead to park supervisor was a request from the public comment. And this was the same one that was like,
No, that you've got it reversed. This very specifics about the positions are from the Parks and Recreation budget, and the other was the citizens. The citizens didn't say what positions they were gonna be, they were just general.
no, this was with the Oregon City Parks Alliance.
That's not the city.
Okay, so then there's a separate request. Okay, I don't think that was discussed. Maybe I just missed that. And then same thing with the Arts Commission too, when I look at the testimony that was submitted. It is from Tristan, the Arts Commission was requesting, asked for a minimum of 80,000 per year for the next 2 years. My understanding is that it's 40,000 in the biennium currently for them, correct? Okay.
20 and 20.
20 and 20, okay, so then this was not an increase. I just want to clarify that this 80,000 ask was not an increase. They want a total on the top of the 20 that they're currently being annual.
They wanted, my understanding was they wanted 80,000 a year.
Okay.
160 total.
Okay. And then for the turf fields for the 750, because the Wesley Lynn field was built for about a little over $100,000. And so and I know that turf fields can get very expensive if you go through it all. So it's, is the 750 to do 1 field, or could we have, $500,000 to do a couple of fields? Or can we do more fields instead of just dedicating for 1 field instead?
We put forward a 90 by 90 full baseball field turf that can be used for other things than just baseball.
Okay, and that includes like outfield being done as well?
Correct.
Okay.
And I want to just make sure for the record that you declare that you do have a conflict, so that it's in the record.
Yes, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do work for, or volunteer with the organization as well.
Just so we just keep everything,
Yeah.
Where we're supposed to be.
To Mr. Gifford's point, what improvement will you see by these expenditures? And there's a management thing that says, if you can't measure it, you can't control it. You can't analyze your results, your impact. So, and the other question I have on the 4 parks employees, I know we're talking about possibly severing facilities maintenance from parks. Does that impact that very ask? Will we realize some efficiencies, or should we postpone that until we decide what we're going to do in that reorganization?
Yeah, I think when we've looked at historical staffing levels in Oregon City, and specifically in parks, when you look at metrics of population, acreage, number of size, we're short FTEs in that ratio relative to the regional and national average. Right? So I don't have a ton of metrics, and I'm not going to have them by the time this budget is to be approved. What we have seen, though, is that when we do compare FTEs to population size or acreage, we are short. Now, that's something we can work on, yes. So, if I think, in my opinion, if we were to separate facilities out, you still have a parks maintenance discussion that has to happen in terms of how to adequately address the acreage that we have. And I think we're endeavoring on that conversation and even trying to be more refined in terms of, parks maintenance versus the cemetery itself, which is kind of its own business unit. It's not kind of, it is. It's operated, funded. The needs of it are just unique relative to the rest of the park system.
I mean, in plain language, what improvement would this community see? The community sees visible things. They see new playground equipment. They see improved facilities. What improvement will they see with the addition of Florida Parks employees? I can't quantify that. And that which you can't quantify is hard to sell.
Well, I think you're gonna be able to get to projects quicker. You're gonna reduce the deferred maintenance that's out there. You're gonna be able to get into these parks and with more frequency. There are, a lot of effort goes into addressing, not just cutting the grass and whatnot, vandalism, destruction of restrooms, cleaning restrooms, so, the more capacity we have to do that, the more we can address those things in a more quicker manner than what we currently are relative to the number of employees we have for the amount of parks that we have to get to throughout a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks on our rotation.
The fact of the matter is, you're never going to have zero parks maintenance.
Absolutely not.
No, I mean, we talk about the fact that there's 20 million or whatever the number is in deferred maintenance. But if that was all paid for, if I just wrote you a $20 million check, there's still going to be maintenance that's involved. So the four new positions, are they expected to trim down this 20 million, or are they going to work on the existing maintenance? I'm just not real clear on that.
I mean, we don't have enough staff to address what we currently have. Right? So it's probably going to be a combination. Most of it is dealing with what is current, what are the needs now that need to be addressed. Now, is there going to be a mix of course, we are a tiny staff. They will address operational needs that are immediacy as well as deferred maintenance projects as those come up.
And yet in the community survey, are not parks viewed favorably? Are they?
I don't disagree. I'm just providing information.
No, I'm just telling you.
This was not my request.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's viewed favorably. What needs improvement? What degree of improvement does it need? We're going to be dealing tonight wants versus needs, and that's the crux of the decision. Wants versus needs. So we'll balance all those.
I have a tangential comment. Lori brought up, I thought, an innocent but provocative questions. Can't we just sell the cemetery? We're not about to. It's not a possibility.
Yes, it's been informed of historic.
You got that message.
We're required to maintain
Yeah,
it.
you got that message. However, there is another facility that doesn't seem beyond the possibility that YMCA would like to have a presence in Oregon City. And for us to sell our aquatic center to the YMCA would take it off of our maintenance. Just a thought. We can talk about that some other time.
Casey.
So just a couple comments about the structure here. It's a budget committee. It's us how we go about making this decision. And I have a couple ideas to throw out. One is have not an official vote, but just a vote on the budget that was presented originally. And we know that includes a few new things like the assistant city manager and some shuffling, different things like that. But we've gone through those sections in quite a bit of detail. I wonder if the committee could take a position on that and move on to the ask. Because one thing that I'm keeping in mind is these are asks. I support some I don't. But we could also not do any of them, and we have a budget that we've gone through in quite a bit of detail. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do any of that. I'm just saying we need to keep in mind these are asks. These aren't, part of the budget. They can be, that's great. But
Did you
anyway,
just
so
steal my notes here?
No, not if I don't have my glasses.
Oh, okay, he didn't have, so he didn't steal my notes then.
So I'm just throwing that out there for a structure thing. That's one way we could do it. But I think if we just continue talking randomly about things, we're gonna spend a lot of time on that.
Well, he read my notes, and that was what I was going to suggest, is that we have some more structure, because we could be spinning around these. I think we need to talk about the budget, as Casey suggested, in the form that it was presented, and then look at the asks, because these are, they are extras. The question that I still haven't got answered, it has been answered, but it's the process. We've got on the agenda, approve the budget, approve property taxes, approve the biennial and the amount, and we've got approved general operating tax rate. And I had asked for that document that we have that talks about the tax rate. And for me, it makes a little bit of difference. And so I'm not sure, Mr. Zook, which comes first, the chicken or the egg. So if I say, I make a recommendation, whatever, and I say, let's change the tax rate to 4.4590, it means we have X amount of dollars. If in the best of all possible worlds, that gets approved. So that changes the bottom line, I presume, correctly?
I think in the course of this conversation, and I agree with the person almost line by these asks are important. You need to look at either unallocated funds, specifically ARPA. There's probably unallocated funds, and there's funds that are kind of allocated but could be shifted, and we need to know what those are. So maybe we file that in the back of our minds as we go through this, and maybe Mr. Zook could, or Mr. Conville could comment on that.
Well, I agree that we should take the wants second. The budget is the primary goal, and then talk about what we support, what we don't support, and see how that changes the numbers.
I agree with Casey. I mean, most of the budget looks pretty darn good to me. It's all comes down to these asks and their impact on the budget overall.
Absolutely. Is everybody in agreement with that? Jim?
Hang on. Not totally, because I think there may be some places in the budget that we might want to shift money out of in order to fund some of these asks. I guess I don't see that list of asks as entirely going to be all additional revenue. You mentioned the $400,000 in ARPA money.
That was a specific commitment we talked about, this Miles Fiberglass thing.
Right.
Now, is there additional money beyond that? We can reallocate the 400, I believe, and we can, maybe there's additional money beyond that we should say, hey, we've got this to work with. I also agree with your comment. Are there efficiencies or savings to be made in the existing budget? We talked about tourism development, about shifting that out. Does that impact our city budget, or is that a cost savings? What is it?
We don't really have the answer to that yet about the DMO. That we need a lot more information.
And we don't need to do, but I mean, that can stand for now.
Right.
We can, as a commission, can deal with it. But
Right.
I'd like to hear what Mr. Mitchell's thoughts are about, do you have any specific?
Well, yeah, a couple of things. Can we get that list back up there?
While we're waiting, can I just say real quick?
Yeah.
ARPA funding. So the commission identified projects to utilize the ARPA funding. Some of those projects weren't happening. Some of it was going to be part of union negotiations. It didn't end up there. So we have approximately $222,000 of unallocated ARPA funds. Okay. That is separate from the $400,000 that the commission approved for homelessness. So theoretically, that's $622,000. One-time ARPA funding that's available. That makes sense?
Okay, so there's 222,000 unallocated.
Correct.
That could go to some of this.
Correct.
I'm going to make
Well,
a
wait a minute. If it fits the ARPA requirements, that's part of it.
We have, so I mentioned this, I think, during the first or second meeting. The rules of the road on ARPA have changed quite a bit from the initial tranche of money that we received. And there were 4 buckets: infrastructure, tax reimbursement. It was very restricted how you could use those funds. Then a second guidance came out. The buckets, the uses were relaxed. I don't know if it was the third or fourth. Additional guidance comes out, final rules are adopted. Essentially, if your jurisdiction received less than $10 million, the reporting requirements were drastically reduced. Essentially, what we did is we took our allocation and applied it to public safety. So, essentially, we took the ARPA money, put it into public safety, took the general fund money out of public safety, and so that money is available to use however you want to use it.
And what is public safety defined as?
Police, it was police salaries.
Okay,
So essentially, it was a swap.
well, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to say it, so.
I'm going to make just a couple of suggestions to move this forward. I think turf fields and parks deferred maintenance are a bigger discussion that needs to happen when we have the Parks Master Plan completed. Because I think we all know that whatever we put on additional parks employees, we're not going to catch up to $20 million worth of deferred maintenance. But that's another discussion we're going to have. And we don't have enough information. We have no idea where in our community's minds turf fields would rank as a priority. I think we need more information. So I'm going to suggest that those two items, turf fields and parks deferred maintenance, get set aside at this point until we have the master plan. The other thing, and this is a question for Mr. Conkle, realistically speaking, given that this is the first time any of the commissioners have seen your idea on how the assistant city manager position would be used, and that's a discussion we're going to have, which is going to take time, and you're going to have to hire somebody, which is going to take time. Realistically, when would you have an assistant city manager on board? And what I'm getting around to is, do we need to fund it for 2 years of the biennium? Or is some portion of that, a quarter of that, a half of that, money that could be reallocated elsewhere because of the lead time it's going to take to get that position on the books?
I would think, 6 months.
Okay, so whatever a fourth of, what was the 2 year?
511,000.
511,000, okay, so that's 125,000 that we could apply to this.
Yes, you could. Remembering that in 2 more years, that 125 is going to be needed.
Yes.
So one time,
You can't.
I guess I'm just
It's
trying
a
to be
one-time- it's a
careful
one-time
of
thing.
one-time versus ongoing. That's
Right.
what we were trying to spell out.
Right.
Yeah, it's not one time.
Right, it's one time. Understood.
Any
Yes.
other thoughts for revenue sources? Anybody?
No, not
I'm going
right
to,
offhand. Those are the ones that hit me right off the top.
going to Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Mitchell. I'm not comfortable approving a budget in a piecemeal approach, especially because given the reality of families in our community and families everywhere, I want to take the possibility of increasing revenue very, very seriously and making sure we exhaust all of our sources of existing revenue when we're looking at these budget change requests. I don't think we should be assuming that all of these, if any, that we are going to be funding are going to be coming from new revenue. And if we were to approve this piecemeal, that makes it just a lot more difficult for us to say we approve all of this with this tax rate, which remember the tax rate has to be a part of the motion as well, while not having these budget change requests already figured out. That's kind of like just those budget amendments we have mid-cycle, which seems like complicating this a lot more than it has to be.
So let me ask a quick question to clarify. So you're saying piecemeal, you're talking about the budget piecemeal, or you're talking about these requests piecemeal?
I'm talking about the suggestion that was put that we do the budget as presented, approve that, and then do the budget change requests.
Can I address that? My proposal wasn't that we approve the budget as presented and then that's it. And then this is we do these if we want to, and we increase. That was not it was literally for this committee to work, saying, okay, we basically agree that the budget is presented is pretty much what we want. We can go back and change, as we go through this, we can go back and change and say, okay, well, we do want to do that. Are we going to talk about increasing taxes, or are we going to go back to the budget and move it around there? That's all I was saying. It's definitely not to lock us in that this is done and we can't go. We're a committee, we can do whatever we want. It was simply just to get us moving forward to, we kind of all generally agree on the budget in general. Now let's talk about these, spend our time talking about these, or we could just say we don't want to do them or whatever. That's all. It was just a suggestion to move the process forward. If we don't do that, I think we need some kind of structure, because we can all just make comments about our pet projects all night long.
We could take these in order.
We could take them in order. We can go, each one go,
What do you
okay,
think about
do we
each
say
one?
yes or no?
But I'd like
If we
to
say
know-
yes, okay, where's the money
I'd like
coming
to know
from?
if we are going to support the budget, the things that are in, but to me, that's more important than these.
But that's something that we're able to do without approving the budget with a motion.
Okay.
Which was the original understanding that I think was put forward originally.
Mr. Conkle?
So just for as much clarity as I can provide in a time of unclarity, obviously the urban renewal vote failed.
There were what?
Urban renewal debt request failed.
Just wanted to hear you again.
The assumption in this budget, and jumping to another organization, the urban renewal budget is status quo in terms of the assumption that the urban renewal agency will tax for the collection of funds. Let's just say they decide to close the district or collect a reduced rate or no rate. Obviously, that'll have a revenue impact to the positive for the city, because it wouldn't be allocated directly to the district. We are operating, so obviously I've got two organizations running parallel to one another. We are assuming status quo with this budget. As you said, there's no reason we can't come back after the fact and amend it based on the decisions that are made. So I just wanted that to be out there, because, let's just say the district's closed down. I'm sure how long that would take. We haven't even started those discussions. But there's the potential for $600,000 back to the general fund, but that could take a while to liquidate properties, reimburse districts, close it. But I just didn't want anybody to not realize that there are two complicated things happening concurrently right here. And for one, I don't know the answers to.
Okay. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I don't think we're ready for a motion, Mr. Gifford.
For a straw vote.
For making one.
Yeah, so what,
For a straw vote as to how this commission feels about the existing budget.
okay, we don't need a motion, we just need a consensus, which is what Casey was suggesting. So that's what I was trying to get to when we had some questions. So that's the question we can go one by one. Are people comfortable with what's being proposed in the existing budget? So I'll start with you.
Yes.
Pretty close.
Yes.
Yes, pending the decisions we make.
Yeah,
here, where they
that's,
take from it.
yeah, that's a separate.
Yes. Yes.
Almost. Well, I mean, $125,000, that's not pocket change. That covers a couple of those requests.
True, yeah.
Talking about 222,000, the unallocated ARPA.
No, and
No, that
$125,000 for 6 months of the assistant city manager.
Okay, well,
And 400,000.
So if
okay,
with those two.
we're not asking that question yet. So
But I can't answer whether or not I can support the budget.
He said it depends.
Because it's in there now.
It depends. He said almost.
There's two almost.
I'll ask the question for everybody to hear. If it's in the budget for the full 2 years for the assistant city manager, if it remains unfilled for 6 months, can the city commission reallocate that toward this? Or does it have to be done tonight?
It can be reallocated.
Not that it's small. It's,
No, but I mean,
it's not going to require, it's $125,000 relative to the general government budget is something that could be
Right.
moved.
Can we finish the
Exactly.
vote?
So yes, I'm trying to.
Okay.
So Lori?
Okay, then with that understanding, don't think I'm gonna let that go away.
Of course not.
But we can, I'm fine with it.
Okay,
With that same understanding, I'm okay with it.
okay, and I as well. All right. So, Mr. Conkle.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a general consensus that the budget items as presented are acceptable. So now I would like to suggest that we go back and talk about, I would say there are three, I'd say there are three things on here, four things on this list that are requests that have to do with people, positions for this budget, including the one that you asked about.
I know, but are we tabling the two things that Mr. Mitchell talked about, the 4 parks employees and?
No, I suggested turf fields.
He's talking about those being deferred to
Parks
the,
deferred
to
maintenance
the,
doesn't
to the
have a
Parks
number on
Master
it
Plan.
anyway. So I guess the only one I'm saying take off there right now is turf fields, because to be developed doesn't add into the total.
And I guess why we didn't put a number on deferred maintenance is because we have a very large number. And our thought was, let's just say, we wanted to just take 622,000 of ARPA funding. You could just plug it into deferred maintenance, and we would come back at a later date with what that deferred maintenance improvement would be. I mean, the list is, we will find $622,000 worth of work, right? So that's why we just put it on there, because it's been part of the conversations. If we wanted to treat it like we did water, that's why it's there.
Okay, so we're good with your suggestion. So I guess the second question is, Mr. Mitchell has proposed, in taking a look at this list, so using the acronym of low-hanging fruit, he suggested that the things that involve the Parks Master Plan, although the Parks Master Plan, we don't need the Parks Master Plan to tell us that we have deferred maintenance, we already know that.
No, right, or that we need some number of additional employees.
Right. So your
That's why I didn't suggest
suggestion,
it. The only one on there that concerns me, because of the amount for one thing, and the fact that it's a capital addition to our park, and I don't know how it fits in the master plan, would be the turf fields.
so maybe let's get the answer to that question. So could you give us an update really quickly where we are in the Parks Master Plan? Because it's important in my mind when this topic comes back up.
So we're currently working on the CIP plan, which will be tied to SDCs, putting that together. And so next month, we're planning on having our first draft of the comprehensive document for the Parks Master Plan for its first review. And in the next 2 months, then after that's reviewed, and if it's approved or acceptable, then we're going to bring that back to the city commission, the community, to get some additional input. So the plan is sometime in the next biennium to hopefully get that plan approved and adopted in the early stages of the next biennium.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that there's going to be a draft, and we're probably looking at the summer months in the fall for that overview, review.
But that will include then, though, a discussion about
what is needed.
System development charges. There will probably be a discussion about how to pay for some of this outside of SDCs.
And
right?
the improvements that we might need.
Yes, there will be parks funding recommendations. There will be the revision of the SDC methodology that will be tied to the new CIP plan. All of that will be incorporated into this Parks Master Plan.
That include, I mean, again, we've had a fairly robust outreach to date, and it's continuing. And these are some of the things that the community has talked about. You know, I mean, I hear all the time about, you know, we need more, taking a deep breath, dog parks. And I just kind of nod, say that's great, thank you, got that noted. So do you want to suggest your item, so that we're going to go through this list and what you would like to see the turf fields deferred to the Parks Master?
I would like to see that item deferred to later, yes.
And
That's
I
my
have-
suggestion.
Let's just go around the room, starting with you, Mr.
Yes.
O'Donnell.
Yeah,
You're-
I'm in agreement. That is, it has so many implications, including economic development and tourism. I think it's a large and separate discussion on what does that accomplish and how much does it accomplish? To do one field is meaningless. You have to do a multitude of them to have an impact economically.
So let me go back to Mr. Reed.
Just a slight clarification, with the turf fields will be tied to our CIP plan and be tied to our SDCs as a part of this master plan. So that's a part of this process where we're putting the CIP plan together as well.
And what's the timing of the master plan completion?
I just asked him that.
No, not the plan completion, but
It depends on the community engagement part that we're still in. So even if he says to you, you know, next February, we might not get there because we want to make sure that we have talked to the community.
yeah, sorry, I don't think I'm being clear. I'm meaning when you actually complete the work in the plan, that a 10-year master plan?
10 to 20 years.
Okay.
But it also has to be funded, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand, yeah, so but my only point is that if we move the turf field to the master plan, which I totally appreciate that, because when I heard the previous master plan, it didn't include sports fields, so I love that it's included now. But that's still, then that would put it possibly, you know, years down.
In our lifetime.
Yeah, in our lifetime.
Yeah, okay, a yes or no?
God willing.
To slating the turf. Yes, I can, we'll defer that.
Okay, Mike, you got yes. Kyle?
Yes.
Agreed.
Say no.
Yes.
I'd like to get one done now.
Okay, so we've got 2 no's and everybody else has a yes. So I'd say that we are going to defer that to the Parks Master Plan.
One down.
One down, okay. Was there anything else on your hit list?
Well, why don't we just go down the list?
Okay, so let's go down the list. We've got the request for, I love that abbreviation. I kept looking at that. What is that? Anyway, for MPs, yes, anyway. So Parks employees. Any
That's something
comment?
that would all prepared to move on that for the reasons that Mr. Gifford and I spoke about measurability of impact and what does it attain?
Yep, I also,
I'm
you're going in a circle, okay.
What, sorry, I didn't hear that, what?
No, she's going in a circle, so I'll wait my turn.
I see the need. I also see the need for clarity and their impact and their goals with that. But from what I've heard echoed along our community, I see it as a need. But I think the commission should define their scope.
Michael?
I think 4 is too many all at once, but none is too few. Boy, that was great grammar, huh?
I understood exactly what you said.
Maybe an additional 1, maybe an additional 2, and I understand exactly what Commissioner O'Donnell and I are business guys, and we're always looking for measurements. But I can walk down to the end of the Oregon Trail Center and step out of the parking lot onto the path, and the roots are up that high. We wouldn't let a citizen get away with that, but we're getting away with our own part. Those are the kind of things that additional staff could take care of that we just can't get to now. So I see the need for, I don't know, 2.
Okay. Kyle?
Same thoughts, move that forward to 2 parks employees.
The logic to me seems like if we're going to defer the turf field thing because of the Parks Master Plan, we should defer that as well, and that the commission can revisit it when they look at the Parks Master Plan. So I would say defer.
I agree with Casey. I think that if we want to have a holistic approach to this, we need to know the deferred maintenance we want to fund before we fund the people that are
Well,
going to
that's,
do it.
yeah, to me, the two things aren't totally tied together, the deferred maintenance and the employees. It's dealing with it now. Yes, ma'am.
I'd be that I'm not supportive of the 4, but the asks that I see that were included in the testimony of 3 for 350,000, I would be supportive of that.
Rocky?
I would be supportive of taking a step towards, 1 or 2.
Sorry, William?
good
I almost
old
called you something else.
Good old, what's his name?
No, I was gonna say a name, it just wasn't yours.
I concur with Casey and Adam that this needs to be looked in a more holistic perspective, and that we should defer this until we get a push.
Okay, and I'm gonna say I support 2 as well, because to me, it's not a want, it is a need. We are taking the people that we have right now and we are working them pretty darn hard, and they need help now, not 3 years from now, 4 years from now. They need the help now.
So what was the tally? Those who said deferred?
So we have,
Could we just maybe ask it clear, two new
yes,
FTE?
who would support 2 FTE? Yes or no?
I understand the options.
Okay. Rocky?
He abstains that.
Okay, Rocky?
Can I say something?
Oh, you'll get there.
No,
Rocky?
it relates to how people might vote.
I could go either way. I can be waiting or 2.
Okay. Andy?
I would say 2, but I think it also needs to be defined on
Yes.
what the positions are, because the ask was for 3 different buckets of positions, facilities.
Well, we get to decide what that,
maintenance.
we get to
Yeah,
decide what
and
that is.
then the aquatic, so I'd be supportive of 2 in one of those categories.
Okay, I'm going to go out of line and defer back to you.
2.
Okay.
I could do 2.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm good. 250 per year.
Yeah,
Okay,
so 500,000 for the.
So let's move to OC together and
So, can I just address something real quick?
absolutely.
So when we created the budget, we've been thinking about ARPA funding ongoing one-time costs, right? So when I hear 2 employees, we're gonna have 2 more employees for the foreseeable future. This is not a limited time to your budget commitment. This is a long-term commitment. And this is more getting into, I think, the accounting of this. So we allocated $150,000 to the DEI work, and we allocated $150,000 in the CD budget for consultant work to deal with pending legislation coming from the state. But that 300,000 over the biennium was general fund money. We could think of those 2 proposals, the DEI and the consultant, as a one-time cost. So essentially, what I would propose is that we're gonna take 300,000 and call that ARPA money for those 2 projects. And we're gonna take that general fund money and slide that over to fund.
I don't support
There's
that,
a new.
and you know why.
Okay, then we need to find offsets, new revenue, or.
Why don't we just see what we get to, and then we can decide whether we're gonna take it back out or not. We're just doing a
All right.
consensus on the list. We're not saying we're moving the money around yet. We're just saying, this is kind of what we see, and we may not be able to do that. So then we can go back and say, well, okay, let's not do that. Let's try it again. People have been very clear, these are wants. We've just, we said right now, some of us said that we feel that the parks employees are more of a need. Now, this is not the end of that discussion. This is just a general consensus to try to hone this down so that we can get our hands around it, because this is big. This whole list is big. And I wasn't shocked about the amount of money that people are asking for. And I said, hey, we aren't making it in the basement. So just know that, we're going to be looking at this. So do we have support for some funding for the out of the opioid money to deal with education and training for that particular category. It may not be ORC together the whole time, it may be somebody else, but
I'd like to speak to that at a couple of levels. Number one, is this not just opioid money, it's also the marijuana tax? Is there a distinction between the two of those?
They're
I
separate.
think
yes,
there is,
they are
yes.
separate. I'm not suggesting on this list, it doesn't say marijuana.
Good. So thing one is, that would not ostensibly create any need for additional tax revenue. That is to say, it would basically be a shuffling of money that we already have.
Out of the opiate funding,
Yes, and the marijuana tax.
the marijuana tax is not on the table right at the moment. We're talking about taking money from the opiate settlement.
It's already been allocated, the marijuana.
How much of it has been allocated to?
All of it. That money is, we explained at the beginning of this, we had a certain allocation. So let's say we had, let's just use $100. We were getting, the taxes coming in, the taxes going out. The state took an allocation of what the cities were getting. There is a bill pending to try to get that back. If we got that back, I will personally say that, I would like to see us take a look at that to get it, when we get it back, of allocating some ongoing funding for this, but we don't have that yet. And I don't want to touch that money that's going to take care of things in the police department that we desperately need.
Yeah, they took 75% of what
Understood.
we usually.
I mean, that's like a ripoff.
As I understand, there are two sources of marijuana tax, right? The state, which has been reduced significantly, and then that which comes directly to the city, which is not quite as large.
But the two pots went together to go into that fund in our police department.
Okay. The second thing that I want to mention is the importance of the work that we're proposing to get done, whether we hire them as contractors, whether we use that as some sort of a funding mechanism, however that works out, the results of that, and this is where I'm results oriented on this, is could be lives, specifically children's lives. And I think this is an opportunity where we can really show as a community that we care about our kids and we don't want them dying because of drug use. And they are dying because of drug use. That to me is so much more important than some of the other things that are on this list. And so with that said, I absolutely support $40,000 a year, I think is a minimal investment that this city can make as preventive measures for our kids.
Okay, Rocky?
I'm okay with using the opioid money for that, yeah, but I have issues with the other.
Andy?
Yes.
I'm supportive of setting it aside for a program like that, but we would need to have deeper discussions about what a specific nonprofit organization would be doing.
Absolutely, and there's gonna have to be a lot more specificity.
But setting it aside for that purpose is something I support.
Yes, I would agree. Casey?
I agree with Commissioner Morrow.
Mr. Kyle?
I agree with what Adam stated, so.
Michael?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they provided it with quite a bit of specificity, but I'm supportive of that.
It's getting
funding.
there. Ms. Lori?
I 100% think the commission should support drug prevention in schools and especially targeting children. I worry that because their funding is sunsetting, that we are now taking on the burden of, again, providing a regional solution, which is targeted in our community, which benefits our community greatly. But I worry we're substituting a funding source for them, which maybe shouldn't be 100% our burden. But I'm fully supportive of the cause and.
Would you be supportive of setting aside the funding and we'll deal with the details? because I don't disagree with you in what you said. Again, it's exactly what Commissioner
I
O'Donnell
think it's a
said.
lot of funding, honestly.
You what?
I think it's a high level of funding, and I'm not, again, I'm 100% supportive of the cause. It's how we are funding it is my concern, and I think that's a high dollar amount, honestly, to set aside when we have a lot of other priorities on that list. I'm uncomfortable taking that 100% on.
Do you want to suggest a lower amount?
I think if you go around the table, finishing around the table, you're gonna see there's support for that $80,000 amount.
We'll come back to you, Mr. O'Donnell.
You know, the support for it, how it's spent is important. I mean, I know elements of the program are highly effective. I agree with the program. I agree, I've heard good things about getting in front of parents and the impact. I just want to make sure that the money that's allocated goes to that problem and not, I don't want to hear about administration, I want to hear about targeted results.
We're not
I think
necessarily.
we're also gonna have to make sure that whatever program is implemented, it complies with the.
So that's why the statement is
limitations,
setting
you know.
aside. We're not saying we're funding Oregon
We're-
City together.
We're talking about
setting aside.
fentanyl, opiate,
Yes.
not necessarily marijuana, vaping,
Yeah.
right? And
We're
so we
setting
just gotta be
aside some
crystal
money.
clear on that, because there are.
Crystal? Okay.
You gotta be crystal meth on that, yeah.
You did it again.
Okay,
Just in terms,
one
there
clear.
are parameters for this funding.
Who's
How it
keeping
can be
score?
spent.
William's got 2 already now, so 3.
He's out.
So yes, so what we're talking about is setting aside an allocation of some sort. I'm gonna come back to Lori about her concerns about the amount, but we're talking about setting aside some opiate money that meets the criteria, et cetera, for drug prevention. And how that gets used by whom is gonna be decided later. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, the only reason that I support the cause, but the reason I support setting aside the money is because I think the commission we're not giving it to OC together. We're giving it to the commission to find a path that works best, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Yeah, I as well, yes, Adam.
Yeah, and and this is something that the commission has already had this discussion. I recall we had a special meeting that we had via Zoom that was a very last minute thing when we decided that we wanted to join on to the settlement. And I agree with the concern that Lori brought up. But the reason I'm still supporting allocating this money, not necessarily dedicating it to a certain organization, is because like most grants and funds that governments give to nonprofits, there's an expectation, or we can give the expectation that it's a finite amount of money. So I don't see this as, just like with ARPA, I have a hard time putting that into a budget item that is going to recur in every budget, where we would then, once it's spent up, have to find it and make cuts elsewhere. So for the same reason, I don't support, if we were to use this one-time opiate settlement funding for creating a new position. I think having some sort of grant program that the city commission can work on establishing and refining would be a better use, while making it clear that this is very limited funding, just like their current funding was limited. And that's the reason why they're here right now, is because their current funding has set to expire from the federal grants.
Right. Is that okay at this point in time, Lori? You want to make a suggestion about reducing the number, the amount?
The other thing I'm trying to balance is there's also a caseworker for $100,000. My understanding is we're expecting about 85 total from the opioid funds. So I'm balancing the need for a potential caseworker with OC together. So I think we need to weigh perhaps both together as a budgetary need.
All right, let's look at the request by the Citizen Involvement Committee. And I'll start on the other end. Yes, sir.
I guess in plain language, I thought it was excessive. I think that their approach to notification is ineffective, and I think trying to do the same thing over and over and get the lack of results and the lack of attendance. I'm not Portland. I don't throw money at things expecting a result without a plan, and I'd like to see a plan to do better. So I'm not supportive of the amount asked. I don't know what the amount should be, but I thought that the ask, especially the 20,000 miscellaneous, and I thought it was 90 plus 20, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is
Did I?
pretty out there.
It just seemed like an excessive amount, and the question is, are we getting results? You know,
It depends on where you live.
well, I know how effective your neighborhood association is, and there are others that, you know, you make this mass expenditure. I mean, businesses don't pursue things that don't yield results. They come up with an alternative approach. So to keep sending out postcards that end up in recyclables, I don't mind giving some money for an alternative approach, but we need to rethink the whole approach.
Mr. Conkle, you had proposed some additional 4,000 for each biennium, for the
So
biennium.
yes, I did. So there was an additional 4,000 proposed per biennium, a total, or per year, 8,000 total, which brought it up to 60,000 total, so 30 and 30.
That's what I was recalling. I was just going back to my notes, which I, Lori, let me go to you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to decline that ask. I think that was exorbitant for what they were asking for with an unclear kind of implementation plan, it felt.
Mr. Mitchell? Sorry, I don't mean to be calling your father's name, Michael. Mr. Mitchell's your dad, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure that going from 52,000 to 60,000 is enough. I do agree that the ask was excessive. And, to that postcard thing keeps coming back, but the reason the McLaughlin neighborhood gets people to their meeting isn't the postcard. And I think the postcard is definitely not attracting new people. And I don't have an answer. So I guess I'll support the 60,000, and let's get a task force going to try to come up with a way to, Mr. Gifford doesn't like that idea.
You're the new chair, actually.
I'll go to Kyle.
I support what's in the budget, but I can't support that.
Casey.
Same, I support what's in the budget, but not the additional ask.
And I'm gonna save you for last, so Mr. Gifford.
I believe in neighborhood associations, but I have not been convinced that postcards are the way of increasing participation in those organizations. And I'm just speaking from years of experience.
Rocky.
I support a small increase, but not what was asked.
Andy.
I support what was in the budget.
Mr. Morrow.
I support an increase of what was presented in the budget. I can't bring myself to the number that was requested by Mr. LaSalle, but just remembering that one of our goals for this next biennium is that every single neighborhood association is active, and we don't just want them to be active, we want them to be successful. And when we have more neighborhood associations active, that means there's less money that the current neighborhood associations that are currently using that money because they're inactive will have to use for other things. So so to boil that all down, I don't think the current amount is sufficient, but I do not think that going into the 6 figures range is something I can do.
Well, as someone who also aligns with Mr. Gifford on this, I strongly believe in the neighborhood associations. I do believe from experience that the postcards in certain areas do work. They don't just get thrown away. I think that there are other avenues that we can pursue as an organization, and Mr. Morrow's the liaison for this year, that we can take a look at. We know that there are coalitions of neighborhood associations on the national level. We can look and see what other people are doing. Again, you know, as much as we'd like to say, let's try to get everybody's email address, they're not going to give it up. They're just not. So we have to look at multiple avenues of reaching people. We do have a lot of people that say they read the Trail News, so we've got stuff in there. I mean, we have to try everything, not just one or the other. It's not an even or, but I agree with the increase because I know that costs are going up, and we have to take that into consideration so that we can get information out to people.
Just given what Commissioner Mitchell brought to our attention last night about the use and the spending of funds in a certain neighborhood association and how it definitely wasn't as cost effective as it could have been, even though I do support increasing the amount in the proposed budget, it also needs to come with a deeper conversation at the commission level, where I understand that there is a line of separation between the city and the neighborhood associations, but if we want to set them up for success, we also need to make sure that there are guardrails in line so that the dollars are spent as effectively as they can be. For example, again, they should not be half-page, glossy, 20 different colors for postcards. They should be as minimal as possible to get the job done. So we need to have that conversation as a commission about some standards we need to have in place for any increase that does come.
Well, I think that there have been, you know, and William was involved originally in helping set up the CIC. There was a general understanding, and I think as we've had new people come on, that may not have been explicitly explained about what the process is. So I think you're correct that we need to have a deeper conversation and give direction about what we mean about that communication. So I think we've got a consensus to leave it as is, and that's a conversation for future work. We need to do future work. So we have the library. We've got their proposal. This is from the library board, I believe, as a request. We have in the budget a modest, what I would say a modest increase. So Mr. Conkle, the request versus the budget modest increase, could you just briefly tell about that again, just for my own?
I think the major difference was that, as everybody recalls, the library district dedicated funding. We've been accumulating some reserves that are strictly for library use. We had put together a proposal that looked at over 10 years to spend that down. The 10 years is tied to when the existing debt for the building is paid off. There's also a desire to reduce the usage of part-time employees. There was a discussion there about part-time employees being utilized to expand the hours of operation of that facility. Right, wrong, or different, that's why that method is being utilized at Oregon City, and it's utilized in other places as well. I would like to point out, we're not paying them McDonald's wages. I believe that the wages were $22 to $29 an hour. Yes, it doesn't have benefits. I fully understand that, but it's not McDonald's wages. As part of the proposal, instead of, and then the other thing was, because of when we received the funding from the library district, we needed to have approximately 50% reserves to cover the operating costs for the 6 months. We don't receive the funding until we do. All that being said, we reduced the burn down to 6 years. And then we were able to add a couple of full-time employees, reduce the number of part-time employees that we currently have. So incremental change. There is general fund money that's being transferred in, but then there are also transfers out. It's about $30,000 to the plus side on the general fund. The allocated costs in order to run a library, you need a finance department, an IT department, an HR department. So these are all the operational costs that are being more equitably allocated across all the departments than we traditionally have. So obviously those increases go up. Not sure if that summarizes or what the answer you're looking for there.
So the proposal is to add how many employees?
Oh, I'd have to, the proposal, I'd have to go back to the notes to see. I have not dove into $350,000.
Yeah.
Essentially, I think the intent is that no, the 350 is going to get very, very close on top of how much we put over there? How much? 460 to covering the debt service.
Well, just speaking for myself, when I looked at the library facts and I saw where we were in terms of our contribution, this to me was travesty. The library is what I consider to be a critical service. It affects a lot of people. It meets all of our goals that the City Commission just adopted last night. And for us to be so miserly is the word I want to use in our allocation to our library, which is, again, tops the pops in terms of community need, and it cuts across everybody. I mean, doesn't matter what age, whether you're homeless, houseless, whether you have a home, everybody has something positive to say about the library.
Question is, if this group decides to approve this 350, 700,000 a year, where do we expect that money to come from?
So that's the
what
next
we're-
question.
that's what
So
we're
once we
talking
say
about.
yes,
That's
then
what
we
we're
go.
talking That's what we're talking
Too
about.
blunt? Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll say
No.
yes on them, and then we'll go through and like, let's start looking at where the money's at,
Yeah,
for the ones that we say yes to.
yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say yes, and then we'll figure it out. You know, I'll send you down to the basement to the 3D printer machine and we'll get working. So yeah, that's what I've written so many notes all over here, and I had a note here about request in the budget is going to add, as you said, it's going to add 1 full-time and 2 half-time. That would be more than 20 hours, so it gets them, they would be benefited employees.
Was this all for personnel? Was this all for FTEs?
Yeah.
What, sorry? I wasn't sure if all of this request was for FTEs.
The request from
the library.
So the 350 and 700, is that all personnel?
That's the question.
All full-time?
I'm waiting.
I got the, here.
Come on down.
That's a yes or no? Is
It's
that
a nod or a
350
shake, yeah.
For all personnel?
The 350 as a result of the library board that we addressed, yes, largely that was to address.
Yes, thank you, okay.
That's what I was recalling.
So the answer from that was yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that
And that's
interpretation, Mayor. Yes, sir.
Everything else is question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Tony, could you go over again why some of these rankings may be, can you just give a fuller picture of what these rankings paint for us before we continue on with this conversation about what it actually means about how much the city is contributing versus the district and all those dynamics there?
We're talking strictly about the library, right?
Yes.
In my opinion.
Yes.
I think what's interesting about the way, my understanding is that when the original task force was created to look at the library funding and creating the district, there was a higher recommended rate per thousand. The county commissioners, when they put it on the ballot, reduced that. So this was already set up with inadequate funding for the operational component versus I think what was envisioned. It passed, we're making it work, and we're opening up the libraries. I think that there are nuances across the district and how these funds are used and what the cities contribute. Every city is not the same. It is not we collect all the funds and we distribute it out equally based on how many users, population, whatever, okay? Lake Oswego collects theirs. They're predominantly within their city limits. Their assessed value is extremely high, and so they bring in more money, okay? Ours, we have a very, very large district that's been shown to you over and over again that includes roughly, close numbers, 55% city, 45% county, okay? We put general fund money in. Now, you know, how much? This is what the budget committee's for, and this is what the asks are for to increase that or decrease that. There are jurisdictions that put zero general fund money into their library operations and actually take money out through internal service charges. So every jurisdiction is different. It's what the budget committee, what the community is comfortable with, what they can afford, what are the expectations, right? I think that it's interesting to have a discussion. You know, what are the expectations of the library? We've talked about it. It ranks high. Does that mean we need to add more funding so that it can remain high? Are the hours of operation appropriate based on the usage of that facility? You know, is it just moving all the part-time people to full-time? Is that the goal of the commission and the budget? Or is it to look at how does this facility operate, and is it operating how we want to based on what we can afford to do? So I guess, you know, it is complex. I think at the end of the day, I don't think there's any disagreement that there should probably be a discussion about what the library district rate per thousand is. It is capped by, you know, the 3%, just like property tax are, and what it can go up incrementally every year. So, you know, that is the primary funding source. So I don't know, Adam, Commissioner, if that got to your, or if I missed anything in particular that you wanted me to address.
Right. I think it's just important to note when we're having this discussion about this topic is that when we're presented numbers strictly about the rates that do not take into account the amount that we give through our general fund, that distorts what the picture looks like. And that's what we heard during our, I believe, our first meeting that we where we discussed this just a little bit. So I think that's just important to note. I think that we should be going with an incremental approach. I agree that we should be looking toward being as reliant on full-time rather than the on-call as possible, but I think that just needs to be incremental, just as I think that the for parks employees needs to be an incremental ask, just as I think all of these needs to be incremental.
So the asks we get now are not going to be the asks that come in at a later date. Mr. William Gifford.
Oh, thank you for remembering. And maybe this is a question where we need our library expertise, or maybe you can answer this shooting from the hip. But
let's get some expertise.
Yeah, come on, expert.
Let's hear the question.
Here's the question. If we are to grant this increase, what do we see results-wise from the patrons to the library?
Once again, I agree.
My suspicion is, not to lead the witness, but my suspicion is that we would have more reliable staff. We would have an easier time attracting staff, that we would be able to have a better retention of staff if we were able to offer them better salary, benefits, yada, yada. That's my suspicion.
The programming.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree.
Greg, I mean, if Greg wants to, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, this is a discussion about if we should be utilizing part-time employees. Are there going to be other benefits associated with that? Yes, there are.
Mr. O'Donnell.
I agree with Commissioner Morrow. I agree with an incremental approach. Do something in a smaller scale and measure the result. If there's no measurable result, then don't pursue it. If you change it 25%, you get a 25% or better increase in service, whatever you get, then take the next step. But I'm not in favor of jumping in full.
Would you support adding an additional employee or two?
How many is that worth?
Well, that's in the presented budget.
Can you answer that question, David?
I don't think it adds employees. I think it transitions employees from part-time to full-time.
I mean, this is where we were talking about. Some part-time employees work 8 hours, some work 15,
16,
right? So it's not a direct correlation.
Right, but I'm talking, so you get one FTE, you could get two.
It was like two, I think we were using 2.5 or 3.
Right, you could get two
part-time
people that are working 20 hours.
FTE.
at a minimum, 20 hours, you get 2 people out of one.
Can I-
Yes, you can make a suggestion.
Okay. My understanding, and Mr. Williams could correct me if I didn't remember these numbers, but my understanding is currently our staff is 11, and this is not FTEs, this is people, personnel. 11 benefited and 22 non-benefited.
Right.
So 2/3 of our employees are non-benefit. My understanding, the budget is presented, that would change to 14 benefited and 16 non-benefited. So what I'm going to suggest is, what would it cost if we make that 15 benefited? I think it would be 13 or 14 non-benefited. So we go from having 1/3 of our staff benefited to having half of our staff benefited. And I think that gets to Commissioner Marl's comment, an incremental improvement. And you're always going to have a part-time issue at the library. My first of 2 careers was in the retail business, and when you're open 7 days a week and long hours, you can't use all full-time people. It doesn't work. You have to have part-time people. But to me, there's a big difference between having a benefited employee and a non-benefited employee. So my suggestion would be, and I'd wonder what that would cost, would be to add
additional one
over what's
on top of what's already.
Yes, on top of what's in the budget. And that would be a somewhat of a reduction in part-time.
Let me go, Kyle. What do you think?
Because I'm not suggesting additional hours. I'm suggesting sliding it from a full-time person to.
Finally.
I know, I've been waving them up here for the last 2 minutes.
That'll be a bigger number than.
Help us form our thoughts.
No, that already has 2 in it.
Yes.
The budget already has 3 additional. And I'm talking about 1 more.
Please have a seat. Are you guys doing, what's?
I don't know what that is. That's what I'm asking.
Are you jiggering numbers, Greg, or are you coming up?
So that's not the question, what's the cost of 1 more full-time employee?
The guy's gonna answer behind
Okay,
me.
you're getting that, all right.
That's our question.
Take a break.
Yeah, let's just finish, let's just sit around the table and then we'll have them come back. So Kyle,
As it's presented up here, I would not support that.
would you support it, something incremental?
Yeah, something, yeah.
Okay, incremental.
It bothers me that we can't have an answer immediately of what 1 FTE would cost. If you're making a budget for a library and asking for more money, you should have that answer immediately.
We are working on that.
So I support the library funding that's in the proposed budget.
Yeah.
I agree.
Incremental?
Incremental.
Okay, Andy?
Yeah, incremental.
Ross?
I agree with that as well.
Okay, William?
Pending any new information, I'll go for incremental.
Okay, all right, we're gonna do that. We'll wait for them to get the information. Let's take a break. 5 minutes.
Fast.
Now that everybody's butt has gone to sleep.
Oh my gosh.
This is going pretty well. everybody. Thank you for my colleague here, whom I asked, do we need a break? And he said yes, and I said, yeah, we do. All right, so let's get back to the number
All
that
right.
Mr. Conkle has for us.
So in LA2, focusing on kids would probably be the focus. So that's approximately $106,000 per year. With that FTE, we would see a reduction of approximately 40 hours of part-time work. That's an approximate saving of about 48,000. So it's about a $60,000 net per year. Realizing there's going to be transition, July 1, we're not just laying off part-time people and hiring LA2, but as we transition that out through attrition or promotion, that's what we would expect the financial impact to be to add the one FTE.
And that could be divided up anyway.
So the
bottom line.
The net effect is only 60.
The net effect.
60, yeah.
60, okay, 120,000.
106 for the position, but there'd be an elimination of approximately 40 part-time hours at $21, which is 48,000.
Okay.
So it's approximately 60,000
Per year.
Okay, so does everybody understand that?
No, what's the
Yeah,
total?
come on, let's stop having the little, let's say it out loud so everybody can hear it.
The total net is 60 per year, 120,000 total
Down
2
from
years.
350?
for one FTE.
We're talking one FT, we're not talking about the 350. That was if we eliminated everything, that would be the number. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about adding one FTE. And that can be divided up however is needed for the library. Are we good? Puzzled? Question?
I'm a little bit at a loss. I mean,
Okay, be at a loss.
It costs us $60,000 net to go from 2 part-timers to 1 full-time. That's a darn good, that's worthwhile in terms of lack of having to manage that many part-timers. So what are we asking for?
One FTE was the incremental request. Not
Keeping in
that
mind
one,
that
we're talking about what we talked about.
Okay.
That is to, as I understand from the library chair, the 350 is the number if we had everybody working, not all those part-timers and everything.
So if we added 6 FTEs, is that what that accounts for? I mean, 6 full-timers and we're gonna get rid of 12 part-timers? Is that what that amount is? Is that what that is?
I would have to ask David that.
That number was never a request. That number came when we were asked, I was asked, what would it take to convert all of the part-time to full-time?
We just asked him to.
Yeah, come on up, David, so we can hear
To
it.
be up here.
Yeah. So there was a question asked. Oh, David, you've got to go to the seat for the mic, sorry. And you're getting offered a cookie.
When I saw that on the request list, I was baffled, frankly, because it was never a request from the library board to do that. It was an answer to a question when I testified as to what would it take if we were converting all the part-time to full-time. And that's the number. That's not anything we want to do. We don't think we need part-time people.
So let's take that out.
Flexibility of the hours as well. But this ratio of full-time to part-time and unbenefited people is the issue that we're trying to solve. And we agree with you that it needs to be done incrementally. And the impact of adding one more FTE would cost approximately $60,000 a year.
Okay, so that needs to be amended.
Yes.
So Mr. Conkle, that needs to be amended. It's not a $350,000 ask with $700,000 for the biennium. Is that everybody clear on that?
Is a 60 and 120.
60 and 120, yes.
Okay, so we all got that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not getting it. Okay, what is it that we're not getting?
What's the 350?
He just explained what the 350 was.
Don't, just ignore the 350 entirely.
I've never seen it.
Ignore the 350.
You've never seen it.
It was not the ask.
Just information.
Yeah, I've never seen it. That's
He
fine.
said that if you took all the part-timers and converted them to full-time, he was answering a question. It was not an ask.
Okay, so the ask was for
Ask is $60,000.
60,000.
So you would be 600
Easy year. Okay,
That's
thank
what
you.
we just said.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go around the room. Is that reasonable? Yes. Mr. Gifford?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Absolutely.
Andy?
Yes.
And Adam?
Yes.
Casey?
No. Definitely.
Yes.
Yes.
I would be supportive of 2 of these, 120,
Okay, we're asking whether we support one.
Well, 240 for the biennium.
240 for the biennium, correct?
Okay.
I'll just say yes.
Okay, so I say yes.
Supporting one, right?
Yep, 260 and 120.
Because I'm a believer in making an incremental change and seeing the result and then proceeding from there based on, you got a positive result and you did.
And I will use your analogy, talking about a positive impact on youth, adults, whoever, because this will be direct impact. I mean, I can tell you stories about the library just changing people's lives. So, all right, but let's move. Next, Forrester. Oh, sorry, Arts Commission, sorry, Arts Commission. So their request was, let's go back to our.
60, they requested the total of 80,000. There's 20,000 per year, 40 for the biennium. And so increasing the 60 to 120.
Yeah, and they're asking for that because, let me find my little sheet here, sorry.
To provide for the grants
What's the current amount?
the art grants was one of them.
Right.
And then replacing and doing
An inventory.
improvements. Yeah, inventory, yeah.
Of our.
And then maintenance.
And maintenance of this,
pieces.
yeah.
Because what's the point of having the art if we're not
Gonna make it look like art.
taking care of it?
Yeah. Nobody wants a
Currently-
cowboy art.
20.
Currently, it's 20
20
per year,
Mhm,
40
yep.
total, funded from transient room tax
Yep.
in the act dev budget.
We don't have to move anything from general fund anywhere. Right?
No, that's not.
Well, that
is
reduces money.
Transient room tax.
Currently, it's from
transient room
this
tax.
is an increase. So it has to come from somewhere.
It would come from the transient
That's what I was
room
saying.
tax, which is
It's-
that dedicated tourism fund. That's why we clicked on this one.
So we'd
tourism.
have to take it from somewhere, though. It's not just an additional.
We have
Taking it from
approximately
there, yeah.
$900,000 in TRT money that is not been allocated.
So we could take
So
it
it would-
from,
it
we
would
could
come-
take it from the
So
transient
yes,
room
we
tax.
would take it from
Already
that
there.
ending fund balance of the TRT dedicated funds.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so it's not in,
Mike, excuse me, Rocky has
I'm
his hand
sorry,
first, sorry.
okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't-
I have a lot of concerns about that. So
The TRT or
TRT,
the
yeah,
request?
yeah, so.
Because we're
so
not here to discuss
900
the TRT.
The $900,000 is not just money sitting there to be spent anywhere we want. And that is money that we have stored up to take the next leap in tourism, which is dealing with the DMO prospects and all the other questions that we have asked. Not only that, that's money that's been taken away from organizations from the last multiple years in order for us to redefine tourism. So to just now say, well, it's going to the Arts Commission, I think is negating all the other things that we've neglected funding with that money sitting there. So I have a big concern about that. I also, and I am a huge proponent of art as an art teacher. I'm one of the people that was so adamant about getting the Art Commission. I was the founder of the Art Commission originally, or one of the founders early on. I have a hard time. Well, I have a hard time with any of that money coming from TRT, honestly, because yes, art commits to tourism, and there can be an argument for that. However, overnight room stays, it's a stretch to how that money is connected to the Arts Commission. I think the $20,000 that was, and the Arts Commission's fairly new, and I expect to kind of have that grow. But that is a triple jump. And I don't have a clarification really on how much of that, like if the increase was countered by matching funds and all of this, I don't know, but I don't want to see us taking a triple jump to something without really kind of understanding how that how that works, especially if the money's coming from transient room tax, to know how those are connected, because if it's just general murals of projects, there is a way to track that and to say it is committing to tourism or adding to that, but I don't know that. And it like I said, that $900,000 is sitting there for a purpose. So I would be supportive of a slight increase, but I would love to be able to have a conversation about really what the Art Commission's plan is in terms of the idea that the Arts Commission exists was sort of similar to some of the other organizations that we said, okay, this is earmarked for a start. And that once that organization exists, what are they going to do to be self-supporting and advocating and finding grants? Now, I'm not saying that the city shouldn't be matching it, but I need a better understanding that I would be worried about taking that all out of that $900,000 that's sitting there for a purpose.
Do you have a number
Excuse
in
me,
mind?
sorry, Mr. Mitchell, sorry, I'm getting back to you, sorry.
No, never mind.
Adam had his hand up first.
Well, Mike had his hand up.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind,
Yeah, but he
okay.
passed.
Okay.
So I have similar concerns. My biggest concern is that the Arts Commission is so new that with their biggest budget allocation, that being the grant program, I believe that's their biggest expenditure. Is it the grant program? We haven't even seen what that has done for our community because it's still being dispersed in the process of being used. And so I have a hard.
Haven't they just had their?
Yeah, the application's just closed.
Yeah, so they haven't done it yet.
So nothing's been done yet that we can see. So I have a hard time increasing the budget when we haven't seen what the original allocation for this very new commission has resulted in. And I'll also say that I was concerned by the fact that there was more of an emphasis on new art versus the preservation and restoration of our existing art. I realized the Three Rivers Artists Guild went for the Metro Enhancement Grant for some restorations, and I hope they will do that again. But I think that we need to be focusing just as equally on touching up and making sure that our existing murals and public art are sufficient in beautifying this community just as much as we are investing in new public art installations.
It does say on their request that it would be these funds would be used for supporting local public arts projects through grants, upkeep and restoration of existing public art, and development of arts programs for youth and adults in our community. And so that is part of it, is the restoration.
But we don't know the breakdown of that, is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
The Metro Enhancement Grants is what I was going to speak to, is that why would we necessarily have to have a separate granting program when, couldn't we be doing that?
This is focusing on arts.
Yeah, but Metro Enhancement can qualify. I mean, some art projects are enhancing the community.
Yeah, but this is not the same thing.
I know it's not the same thing, but I'm just saying that.
Could we ask, you want me to ask Mr. Graham to come up and talk about what the criteria is for the Arts Commission grants? Because it's not the Metro Enhancement criteria, it's different.
No.
Okay.
But,
Well, I think
but
that's-
the Arts Commission can ask Metro Enhancement as they have before for funding.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
not, yeah.
Thanks
We
for
got-
being
we
more
got it.
succinct.
Well, I say I would, I agree with partly what Commissioner Morrow said. What I feel is really necessary is, can we use ARPA money to do this restoration and fix up of the stuff we already have? And I mean, like I said before, $58 to replace the statue that was hit by a car, that is absolutely absurd. And it's gonna cost us way more than that to replace it. And so to me, it's sort of an infrastructure type situation, because these art pieces are permanent, they're not moving around anywhere. Could we look at possibly setting aside some of the ARPA money to take care of the rest of the stuff? I agree with everybody about, I think the money they have for grants is sufficient until they build up a track record on what they're doing. But I really think taking care of what we already have and making sure that it's in good condition, replacing the statues that are have been damaged. And I think we need to look at this as a package, because it needs to be insured for the value of what it costs to make the darn thing, not $5,800. And if the woman who made it wasn't in Europe for this next year, we could probably get another one redone.
Well,
But
Well, the insurance was based on the artist's quote of what she felt was the value. So that was from the artist.
Well,
We
should have
didn't
gotten a
make it
second
up.
opinion.
The insurance company didn't make it up. So, I mean, there's, valuing these things and replacing them obviously is a lot more difficult than a building like
thought.
this.
So that would be my suggestion,
Is ARPA funding?
is taking some, just for that component to deal with what we already have.
So that list that Andy read a minute ago, 60,000 or 100 isn't gonna touch half or a tiny, tiny fraction of the things that they want to do. I think they have great ideas, but to do all that, you'd have to throw way, way, way more money. And I think that they're so new, I think they should continue to hone what they're doing, get that right,
That's what I
and
just
then
said.
at a later date.
Come back,
Further discussion.
yeah, when there's a better track record. Mr. O'Donnell, you have any, the incremental approach, which is the money they have allocated, which we've already supported, let them get more seasoned under their belts to see how this art grant is going. I mean, as I said to them, just because you have 690 requests doesn't mean they're all gonna get funded. It doesn't mean they all meet the criteria. It doesn't mean that they're all gonna pass muster. So that's not a big issue for me. Just because you have more requests than you have money doesn't mean we wanna fund it to the amount that they think they should have. But I think we need to take care of the assets that we already have.
I agree with that.
Lori?
I would support a modest increase for their continuing efforts.
Michael?
Yeah, I agree with Lori.
Kyle?
Modest increase.
I do not support it, and after we go around, I'd be curious, see if I can change my answer from Tony with the ARPA funds and the remaining 400,000 that you have, or that was for homeless, the remaining funds. What does the city intentions of using those funds for from different departments, or from the commission level? What have you guys talked about?
We're talking about it now. As a budget committee, it's gonna come back to the commission as to whether we want to change some of the allocations that we generally talked about. I mean, we didn't say it was gonna be specific this or specific that. We said, here are the broad categories for the ARPA funding. All right, got your opinion?
Yeah, I don't support an increase over what's in the budget.
Agreed.
Well, we're kind of got a split vote here.
I support the budget.
Support the budget?
I do too, the way it is.
I support an increase because also on what one of the others says that to do the survey, they did do the survey of the art that they have with an additional estimated $15,000 to $20,000 to replace or restore. So their 1 year's worth of funding would be taken up just by the restoration costs. And that doesn't include putting any new art out there, that doesn't include having any grants out there, that doesn't support any youth organizations specifically for art. So I would be supportive of doing an additional $20,000 increase per year, so 40,000 total, and giving them 80,000 per biennium on that.
So I support the budget amount for the grants and all of that, but I support your suggestion of at least $20,000 to do this inventory and to get some of this art taken care of, but I don't want to see it come out of the general fund. I want to see if we can use ARPA.
Yep, yeah, I agree. And I think, kind of a continuation of restoration funding as well, and having that as a precedent. If they use it, but you can kind of track it that way. So it's a dedicated area to see what they use it for.
Are you talking about a $20,000 per biennium or per year?
The $20,000 per year. So because I'm assuming that they'd also be buying new art as well. That would
No, I'm not, that's not what I said. I said for the existing art that we already have, the murals, the statues, we need to do we have an inventory, but we need to assess them for their condition. Some of them are not in great shape.
And that was the $3,000 that was estimated for that study, with an additional $15,000 to $20,000 to replace or restore the most
I'm not
damaged.
talking about buying anything new, but just taking care of what we have right now today. Which includes the murals, which includes the statues, which includes, we have other little things around that need.
So then are you saying 20,000 on the biennium? because they currently have 40,000.
Right, that has.
So an additional 20 on their total funding, with that 20 to be dedicated towards restoration
Only.
only. I'm supportive of that.
Do I have any other support?
So that would be 60,000 total.
With that being dedicated, I mean, if we're gonna try to use ARPA money for this restoration stuff, that's what it's gonna be used for. It's not gonna be for grants, it's not gonna be to buy new art, it's for taking care of what we already have.
That's reasonable.
That's reasonable?
And then that
Just so
leaves,
I make sure I understand, currently it's at 40,000 for the biennium, and you're proposing 60,000 for the biennium.
yes.
I can support that.
With 20,000 of ARPA funds being used, earmarked for restoration.
And then that will give them 40,000 to be able to use for grants for
Other
youth.
stuff that they.
Yeah, exactly, whatever they want to use it
Their
for.
regular budget coming out of the tourism and not.
Exactly, yeah.
Not going towards restoration or anything of that sort.
Yep.
I can live with that.
I think that's good.
Okay, so we have a consensus.
Good. So this would be zero, actually, because what you're saying is you want it to come from ARPA?
Yes.
Yeah, so we would just move that X over to ARPA instead.
The X over to ARPA, it wouldn't be 120, it'd be,
In a second here, I'm gonna try and share this slide that's been modified as we get to it.
So just to clarify, the existing budget has 20,000 per year, 40,000 total in the active budget using TRT money.
Yes.
Right.
And we're proposing an additional 20,000 for restoration work to be paid for with ARPA funds.
Yes.
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 Okay, we're not talking about, so essentially we're gonna have two
X's
here. Okay,
Yes.
we're not taking the 40 out of TRT.
No.
and putting it in ARPA.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, got it.
Taking the biennium number to 60
Total.
My only concern is that 20 might not be enough
We'll find out.
in terms of the restoration. I mean, I know,
I mean, but well, they can use the rest of their actual dedicated money that they have.
I don't want to, I don't want them.
Yeah, or get grants
I
or
don't want
whatever
to
they-
see them use their existing budget to do restoration work on stuff that we should already be taking care of.
But in the end, the ARPA discussion is a separate discussion
Yes.
that the city commission
Right.
has already had and obviously will continue to have. And so just keeping that
In mind,
In
yeah.
mind.
So this is the recommendation. So, okay, we skipping turf fields, we got the forester. There's been discussion off and on over the years about this.
The forester, that's what we're on now.
Yes. And not the car.
How much does it cost to hire a consultant to do what a forester would do?
Isn't it on a case basis? I mean, every time we have tree evaluation, we have to hire them.
How often do we have tree evaluations?
We've done, well, we had all the library ones, we had parks, we had the pool. I think we did more this last year.
This initial request was to really have more of a programmatic approach to trees, not what we do now, which is if something's happened, we go call an arborist to come out and look at it, right? So I mean, there's a difference, I think, when we talk about just having a consultant who's an arborist who's gonna come look at a tree versus having a program. The discussions, as we understood them, was more creating a program, which.
Through natural resources and our Tree City USA program, our Friends of Trees program, we talked about taking a look at our, there's concern by the Natural Resources Committee about the tree canopy disappearing, dealing with climate change, dealing with, it covers a whole broad range of issues.
Well, I guess I didn't understand it as that, and once again, I lean toward what's the cost of putting an arborist on retainer for what we need them to do versus putting them on the payroll with the additional cost of the PERS program and everything else, and can we achieve that more cost effectively? But again, what is it we're trying to attain? If we're trying to build a Tree City USA to the nth degree, that's a different goal than we need people here to, when we run into these existing problems or existing decisions, that we can get an objective analysis and move forward. I thought we were on the latter part of that when we first talked. I didn't know we were targeting a showcase Tree City. I didn't know that.
I think part of this is, we have trees in the right of way, public works, right of way infrastructure type trees. We have trees in parks. We've got trees through land use. We have multiple programs that are currently being run in different departments. And, I think part of the discussion was, is there a way to centralize that so you have a person who is responsible for the programmatic? We have tree removal, heritage trees. We have the sidewalk program that's been funded and in place. So we've slowly created these opportunities, programs that exist in different departments with really nobody here who's an expert in trees. So that was how we were thinking of it. I'm sorry?
We got a teenager with a chainsaw.
That is not an expert.
Too soon.
That's not an expert.
Question.
Is this worthy of, I think it's maybe worthy of a halftime position, in my opinion.
Question for Tony, and I know you can't answer it with a dollar figure. So you just mentioned all the different ways that we interact with trees now, which means we're spending money doing all of those things. So what will we save from not having to do all of those things if we were to do this? Is it a little bit of money? Is it a substantial amount? Is it half of that amount? Would it cover it?
Or is it that we can manage that expense?
I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I think
I'd
I'd probably have to go and see how much we've spent on hiring arborists, because that's probably going to be the savings, because you're still going to have the staff time. Public Works is still going to have, potentially have to go look at, sidewalk crack, so there's, I'm not sure, I think the savings would be in the consultant work that we hire right now for arborists to come in and look at trees and give recommendations.
But Tony, they're not looking at it on a comprehensive basis.
I'm sorry?
They're not looking at it, an arborist that we bring in for a specific thing is not looking at it comprehensively.
I don't disagree, but that's what we're spending our money on right now. We don't have a comprehensive program.
We have parts of it.
Correct.
That are, as you said, scattered all over the place, and
there's probably other savings I'm just not thinking of right at the, that's the one that comes to mind, because we already have the staff here. Like, we don't allocate staff costs directly to programs. Specifically, would there be, would a planner not necessarily have to go out and look at a tree now, and they could focus on land use because we'd have an arborist here who would handle it? There would be those type of internal savings.
Is there a difference between an arborist and a forester?
Well, that's going to be part of this discussion. Exactly what do we want, right? One is going to be able to go out, look at the tree, give you an assessment, health recommendations versus more of a holistic program, right? There are differences in here in what we would be setting up. I think that's part of this discussion, is what exactly do we want?
And I've never heard that stated. What is a goal? Do we want the forester or do we want the arborist?
This isn't replacing arborists, because one person is not going to go out and deal with a problem tree. They're going to have to call either city staff to help, or what we're doing now is call an outside arborist. Doesn't replace whatever X we're spending now. I think it's adding cost. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying it's adding cost.
Might just replace reviewing what's going on, or the diagnostics, kind of a thing. It's not actually going to replace the full work and vending out the work and having to hire an outside arborist or a tree care company to come in and take care of it all.
Right. No,
so that's, so then you're adding,
five people out dealing with it. Plus maybe city staff. So
When I think my
cost savings there.
I think just even based on this conversation, right? And what I worry about is that it's one, let's just say that it's one FTE, right? And it can't do everything. And that's part of this discussion, is describing what it is.
We don't know what we want them to do. We want them to do what we've done to date, which is analyze the condition of a tree that's in question. Or do we want to construct a program that says, this is what we want the city to look like in terms of tree coverage? two very different things.
And it did come to a level of that discussion at our goal session.
Never.
So, I mean, I don't think we shouldn't have this discussion. We should have it, but it might be the next budget.
I recommend that we just defer this, so we can define it further.
Yeah, I think it's a good thought,
Yeah.
and it's something that, you know, is important.
Agreed.
Okay, let's defer that. Okay, let's go to additional code enforcement.
That's
Well,
just
I
for,
was the
that's for
advocate
one
that.
FTE.
I spoke
120,000.
strongly about it. I spoke about the need that the greatest dissatisfaction in the city is with our code enforcement department. I spoke about the lack of coverage on the weekends. I spoke about the ability for a code enforcement position to handle calls that normally would be assigned to police officers. I talked about freeing up police officers because I do not want a police officer handling something like a family fight by himself when another police officer is tied up on a barking dog. I know that the number of complaints on the weekend is understated, and I can tell you why, because my neighbor called in about a parking complaint, and he called the county, and the county referred him to code enforcement, and they got a message that says, we're closed on weekends. So he never lodged a complaint. So the number of complaints that we received on weekends is actually understated because people just gave up. So, I mean, what I want for the city, our commitment is to livability, our commitment is to safety, and our commitment is to maximizing the use of resources by cost. The cost of a police officer, I'm sure, is significantly more than code enforcement, and having the right person assigned to the right job is what it's about to me. So I think in terms of community satisfaction, our commitment to livability, and we have to have an additional discussion within the commission itself as to, is code enforcement going to continue to be limited to complaint-based only? Or are there going to be certain specific types of complaints where they see it and take action, just like a police officer would? So I think it's a great return on a small investment. And in a city that's about to continue growing, I advocate for so many reasons. I'll answer any questions that anybody has of me.
Well, one of the things that I think we haven't promoted enough is My OC, where you can file a complaint. You can either do it on your computer or on your phone, and that gets logged in. I don't know if people are aware of it. I was made aware of it, and through the Trail News, and so I put the app on my phone. So if I see something, I can plug it in when I'm not driving, stopped.
You can include a picture on it?
Yes.
Yeah, I've used it for years and years and years.
You know, we have very effective leadership in a young man named Ryan, and he comes from Happy Valley, and they had 24/7 coverage, or not 24, they had weekend coverage. And one of the things that gave them the ability to contact not only potential defendants, but complainants and give them a face-to-face resolution, which a lot of times the people who you need to contact, mainly the offender, is gone during the week. And so is the complainant because everybody's working for a living. So that increased customer satisfaction has value to me, but utilizing the right resource for the right job has value. So that's why I spoke in favor of it.
We go to Casey.
I agree with all those points. I would just add in my neighborhood, I think that code enforcement has a bigger impact on the people who live there than the police. And I mean that in a positive way. The police are there for emergencies and usually when bad things happen. And you know what, if they're not in your neighborhood that much, that's probably a good thing. Code enforcement, though, I think diffuses things before they evolve to where police need to be involved. And I know that we have a lot more interaction with them in my neighborhood than we do. So I think that's a good thing. And so I support adding one more. And I believe the weekend coverage is a very important piece of the puzzle.
We start at the end of the Gifford.
The eminent Mr. O'Donnell and Mr. Fletch as well, both are advocates of doing things incrementally. I would be in agreement of adding one more person. And I understand the advantages of two and so on, but I would like to see the real impact of that before I would buy off on 2 new positions.
That's only one.
That's
isn't
one.
it?
Asking for
That's one,
Yeah, that's fine.
but it could be a half of an FTE.
I don't know how you effectively make that higher.
They do it at the library.
Library's gonna have 2 people available.
Telling people to cut their freaking grants.
I think that's a different skill set, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, have you tried to collect some fines lately?
Well, we're they have muscle at the library, don't worry.
I know, that's what I'm saying, they can come in.
Hey, let's go around the room, so
Can I
Lori,
ask, a concern before we vote?
we're not voting, I'm just asking Lori her opinion.
A concern before we get people's opinions then. Can somebody assure me that on the weekend, if a citizen complains, they're going to get a response? Or is it gonna go to the police non-emergency number and nobody finds out about it until Monday? Logistically, I'm having a struggle with how we're gonna get to that immediate response on the weekends.
We don't have it during the week now.
Well, that's the other part of the question.
Thank you.
We
Captain
could
Davis.
This is adding
We don't have them called
resources.
a non-emergency line, they call us specific.
Well, there's also the prioritization of calls. You know, physical danger first, marking dogs, parking last.
So currently our code enforcement are logged in through our dispatch. So when they are on and in service, calls that go through dispatch will be handled through a call for service over the radio.
So I think the question is,
So on the
we
weekends-
have somebody on the weekend, they go home at 4:00. We get a code enforcement call at 9 PM.
Correct.
What would happen on
I
Sunday?
guess it depends on what the call is. It could be, if it's a loud music or something, it could go to a police officer. Sometimes dispatch triages it with the complainant. And sometimes they refer them, like Commissioner said, to call back later. So it's hard to say, but depending on the call, a police officer could respond to it.
Okay.
But if it's a code
So they would be
complaint,
calling the non-emergency number?
yes, because there would not be anyone in the office. So
Right
it
now,
would be,
during the week, we call the number.
you could call either or. If you call the office, Autumn will then refer it out to if someone's on the street. If you call dispatch, it'll go to a code enforcement officer that is actually on duty.
The recording you receive when you call dispatch advises you if you have a non-emergency situation to go that route, does it not?
I don't know, that's a different entity. Dispatch is a different entity. So
Well, I know this, when Call County our dispatch is handled by.
Clackamas County Dispatch.
And Clackamas County sent my neighbor down the dead end road to call code enforcement, and all he gets is, we don't work on weekends.
And that's my problem.
But I think it's education, so if it
Who's
becomes,
gonna know that they are working on weekends so that it goes to a human instead of them getting that same
I
message?
think it's education, and we could also change our voicemail in code enforcement so they know the different hours, and if it's during these hours, they can call dispatch, vice versa. We
Yeah,
can-
website,
It's a
like-
community, just educating. the
Yeah, if I were to have a code enforcement scenario kind of a thing, I would Google Oregon City Code Enforcement real quick. Oh, there it is. And then I'll see hours of operation. Here's a phone number, here's an email or whatever, ioc.com. Like, I mean, yeah, that's how I would do it. And then you call, and if, right now, I'm not gonna get anybody because they don't have anybody right now, but we can sit here and we can dedicate one new FTE saying this is, we expect to have weekend coverage now with this full-time employee. And let's see how it goes, you know? Let's give them the resources that they need to be able to handle it, so that, like you said, so the officers can handle the more emergent stuff. They're not being taken up by these things on the weekends, or even during the weekdays too.
Captain Davis, when we have a change, whatever that is, we notify the Clackamas County 911 dispatch so that they have the information. So it's not going out there in the,
Correct. We give them information on how we want to operate within our city. There's also some rules that everyone has to vote on because it's a policy thing within dispatch, but we can tell them, they'll see who's logged on, they understand that kind of stuff. So it's just a learning curve for everyone, the citizens and dispatch.
I will say honestly, I've never called
satisfied.
a non-emergency line for code enforcement
Me
stuff.
neither.
No.
I've never done that.
There's a lot of people that do though.
I just call the number, which is on speed dial.
Yes.
Or I use my OC.
I don't think I've ever complained.
Opinion, Miss Lori?
I think this is an apt investment. I think it offers quality livability assurances on a level that is, I think, on a community level. So I think it's very apt. Support it.
Kyle?
Absolutely, this is great.
Casey?
Yes.
Adam?
Agree.
Andy?
Yes.
Rocky?
Yes.
William?
No, thanks.
No thanks. Okay, and I say yes.
Did you skip me?
I already heard what you said. You said you were satisfied with the answer, so that was your answer.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
In sales world, I call that a presumptive close.
All right.
Next.
Caseworker. I'm the one that suggested that be on there because in my many hours of discussion with people in the Oregon City Police Department and in my discussions with our mental health specialist, one of the things that they are spending a lot of their time on is doing a lot of referrals. And I don't know if it's a full-time position or a half-time position, but it would allow that person who is highly skilled to not be doing a bunch of paperwork when they need to be out there talking to the person that's having an episode or whatever we want to call it, and try to fuse that so that it isn't, a pipeline to jail.
Absolutely.
And I know that we had some testimony, I've explained to people in the community that locking people up is not going to solve the problem of mental health issues, drug abuse, and homelessness. Putting them there is not, it might be temporary, but it's not a long-term solution. And obviously we know that our jail is, well, we're just not doing it.
I think it's also important to note too, that the caseworker, when you look at it, it's not for, like, there's lots of discussions about the houseless population, like, it's not just for that. So my regular day job, I work in property management. So I oversee quite a few buildings. I have a lot of residents. I'm between Multnomah County and Washington County. And when I do have residents that are in a mental health crisis, it can be difficult for me to get somebody out from the county to be able to come and directly speak with the person who is in a mental health crisis. And so if we can give some support, so on a city level, as well as having county support, everybody else that's all involved in there, I think it's a huge benefit for our community. I think it's great for the other resources that we have available as well. And I think getting more people out that can make contact with people that are having the immediate mental health crisis, that can get them the resources and the services that they need. I think it's a big blessing that a lot of places don't do.
Casey?
I had two questions. Does this position work within the police department?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that. And then the amount of money, is that a full-time? What? It seems kind of low.
I think it's a little bit low. I guess, this is what I was referring to earlier, would be if maybe there's direction that we want something like this program and give us the ability to reach out to other jurisdictions to see if we can create a partnership with, whether it's Lake Oswego, Westland, Milwaukee, Gladstone. And then also look into what grant opportunities there would be to leverage these funds so that, we may come back and go, we need another 30,000 a year because nobody wants to work with us. And do you still want to do this program? I'm feeling like we can probably partner. The police department's worked well with other jurisdictions and the behavioral health specialist component, the homeless liaison officer. So, it is low if it was a full-time, fully paid for by Oregon.
I support what you're suggesting. I don't think that one caseworker for 4 jurisdictions is, knowing what a caseworker, knowing what a caseworker kind of does, that's a lot. I applaud the idea of going out and looking at how we can make this work, and I like the idea of, could be one of our neighboring cities that might want to partner with us because we know it's out there. We know it's there.
At 100,000, we need one partner.
Yeah.
Right, we'll be there
Yep.
easily with probably some savings or some money to actually, car, software, whatever else is gonna go into spinning up case management at the local level.
I do have a concern with this one because it is marked underneath the opioid, and I believe you said that there's 85,000. Isn't that correct? So then if we're doing the funding for the youth drug prevention program at 80,000, and then we have this, so now I'm guessing that we won't be able to fund this with the opioids. Now we'll need to find another bucket, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I just wanted to make that clear, because we have this up there.
Is OC together 80 grand?
Yeah, so like, I mean, the youth drug, that one's directly impacted by, I think that one is, like, that's where that opioid money goes to. So then this caseworker is going to need a different fund allocation instead.
Or vice versa.
Well, the thing is, didn't you say?
Well, you still need more money anyways for that
Isn't there more than
caseworker.
one opiate settlement coming?
This is what we think is the aggregate of the three.
Of the three, okay, because I know.
Could OC together be one-time 2-year funding out of ARPA, right? I mean, because we do have, we're kind of working on kind of the running totals of where do we slide these expenditures in.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make a note of that.
I thought somewhat parallel yours. I'm not sure who the clientele is of this person. Is it a broad-based clientele? Is it children? Is it school? Is it transient?
For the caseworker?
It's working directly with the mental health specialist for the people that they are dealing with.
So so they're the ones, so the caseworkers typically will be the ones that are, like, they're helping the person maintain housing, maintain jobs, getting connected with their physicians and mental health services so that they can, adequately live their life. And then if they have a crisis moment, they're the ones to be able to be there with behavioral health specialists.
And my additional question is, does it free up, well, let me ask my question, he can speak to it. Does it free up any existing personnel? It probably does somewhat.
I believe it was the behavioral health specialist, right? And you were wanting this one specifically because the behavioral health specialist was doing so much of the back end office work, kind of getting resources, getting the information and all that.
Concentrate on.
And then that person can concentrate more on the direct contact with the person.
Does it duplicate any services currently offered by other levels of government that may or may not be insufficient? Just notice.
I mean, the only thing that I think, like, county services, and then there's nonprofits that are out there, which from my experience, just in property management world, which isn't all the world, but from my experience in property management, there's not enough caseworkers out. There's not enough people out there. They're all overrun, so.
I do like Mr. Conkle's suggestion of the shared cost.
Right. Yeah, I think it's great.
That would make it much more palatable for me.
Yep.
That's all.
So I think the 120, looking at what, like, the county's case manager would be sufficient between the salary and the benefits. Talking to Val, this would free her up from to respond to people in crisis, right? Where she can be there, make sure that they're safe, get them the resources. On the back end, the case manager would follow up with them to make sure that they're one of their doctor's appointments, getting any resources they need, and that kind of stuff. So I don't think it would duplicate anything, but they would know the other partners to work with to get them the proper services that they need. And it would work directly with them. I'm talking with her. We could see about exploring, but she could use one almost all by herself. Just the amount of clientele that we deal with every day and on a weekly basis.
You said 120. Did you mean 100?
Sorry, 100. So 100 is it'll be really close. Sorry.
So maybe we should look at 120 instead, and then that
look
could
at
be,
the
if we want one.
Clackamas County,
If we get a partner,
it's-
agree that we, so I support the idea of this, as I'm sure we all do. But like I said, with ARPA and with the opioid settlement funds, I cannot support the creation of a new FTE with one-time funding because of what the position that puts us in as a city down the line when that money isn't there and where those cuts are going to have to come from in the future. So I can't support it coming from the opioid settlement money. And I'll also note that this is once again another area of the city picking up slack for an issue that, not to say that we shouldn't be, but picking up the slack for an issue that, as was already mentioned, there are caseworkers at the county level that's already underfunded there. So at least as presented with the current funding source, I can't support this.
I don't know how the county supports our person. That's what I have the issue with.
The counties do support the people, so like
I know, our
Yeah.
staff person, I don't know how they end up supporting our staff person.
Yeah.
That's where I'm having the disconnect with this. Yes, the county does have these
They have their own,
caseworkers,
yeah.
but like you said,
There's not enough, and I can, like, from my experience in the few cities that I've worked in, is that I don't typically have like a city caseworker that's available. And I think it's a unique opportunity. And I think especially since we're leading and kind of paving the way with the behavioral health specialist, with the homeless liaison, and also having a caseworker, like, even though it is, as was mentioned, it's a regional problem, but this is something specifically for our Oregon City residents. So the caseworker is not going to be going and help, unless if we split the cost with like Gladstone or Westland or somebody, they're not going to go and help people that are from Gladstone. Like, the person's going to the homes of people and helping people with that are remaining housing in Oregon City.
Yeah,
And so I
that's
think
my
that's-
issue. It's just the funding source.
Funding source, absolutely. I think that it needs to be something that's an ongoing.
Officer position.
Yeah.
Following in our footsteps.
I would like to address the funding issue, however, and the funding issue to me is we've got enough money, or we expect that we'll have enough money to do this for a biennium. Why don't we try it for a biennium? I'm really
And see
supportive
how
of the
see how it
idea.
works.
And if it turns out
Andy
that
said
we
that.
can't, if we can't afford that after 2 years, well, okay, then either we'll find some other bucket of money, or we'll have to just slash that position.
Yeah, partnerships with the other cities, there's options there, but
Well,
I
think
do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if you would, please. The behavior analyst that we have now, sorry, I've forgotten her name.
Valentina.
Yeah. Although she is funded completely by the city and whatever other methods we can cobble together, are there not instances where she would provide services outside the city?
We partner with like Oswego, Westland, Canby, Milwaukee. So like they'll cover for each other. And so if Val's
That's
off,
what I'm saying. Yeah,
so-
it's
but
more of a
rare,
regional.
and once she deals with that, they kind of put them with the behavioral health specialist that's in that.
And would we expect some similar behavior with this
Reciprocating,
caseworker?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
But it's still, if it's our client, so if say Westland's or like Oswego's behavioral specialist comes and helps, right? They may do the initial assessment, but then they're gonna turn it over to Val to continue on the ongoing stuff that we need.
Okay.
So in response to the point about trying it for one biennium, I just want to note that this is let's try it for one cycle is the way that governments continue to grow and grow and grow without any sort of accountability there. It's a lot easier to create a position than it is to take one away. That fortunately, we're not, at least to my memory, discussing that in this current budget. But I don't want to even put us in the position where we would even be discussing taking away a potential position, because one, if we were to do that, then that would be taking away a service from our community. And so let's just acknowledge the fact that saying that we just want to try it for one time as it relates to an FTE, it's a hell of a lot harder to get rid of it after it's been implemented than it is to put it there in the first place. And the reason I bring this up is because working in the policy world, that's how we get to these levels of government, where as a city, we're talking all the time about how we feel like our right to plan our community is being trampled upon. Well, there's a reason why we're here, and it's because this state has said, let's try this one thing to try and alleviate this issue, but that they keep building and building on each other. So all of that is to say, it's not going to be as easy as just saying, let's just do it for one biennium and we can reevaluate.
I agree. The ask is going to be, well, now we need a second person. The ask in 2 years will not be, should we get rid of this position or not? It'll be, we need another position.
Well, we hope that the mental health crisis goes the other way. We hope it doesn't.
But let's not kid ourselves. I think Adam's trying to say, let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
If we want to do this, fine, but don't pretend that
We
this
also
is
have
an
contracts too,
experiment
so if
that's
we
going
hire
to go away.
someone, there's, right.
Some of our commissioners will still be here in 2 years and I won't, and they can make that decision to continue with then. But the other thing I want to say, and I don't have any problem paying for it initially out of ARPA money. What's the difference? How do you pay for it? It's almost like a bridge solution. And in 2 years, if it works that good, put it in the budget and take it out of your budget money. Let's get across this first bridge first, this first 2 years. Pay for it, pay for it with money that a lot of things we're going to deal with are problems we're going to inherit that we need solutions for, that we need to mitigate, and this is one of them. That use the money. You know, money will change in 2 years, and then I'm not saying, don't think the thing's automatically going to die off, and don't think it's going to exist in perpetuity. I know your fear, and I've seen it happen. You create it and lose track of it. Well, this has been a good commission, and you'll still be here, and others will still be here, and you guys will remember this.
And I think that this is also something that like the public is really looking at as well. And they are looking at, you know, mental health crises and kind of what's going on with the behavioral, with the houselessness, with like everything else that's going on, because we see that there is kind of that heightened level of it. So it's something that the pub, not just do we need it for the support for the behavioral health specialists that we do have, but also they want to see that we are giving solutions and that we are being proactive to supporting this to create a better community for our people, to provide the resources that they need to have a positive, livable life.
Well, this isn't just, you know, I want to make sure that people understand, this is not just to help people who are homeless. We have people right now who are housed in this community who are having problems.
I can assure you that my portfolio is Class A, you know, apartment building communities, and I have a lot of caseworkers that I connect with. It has nothing to do with being houseless, it has nothing to do with income levels, it has nothing to do against race or anything, or the mental health
But
issues.
people are also seeing the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that Portland, Multnomah County throw at homelessness. And the result is there's more,
Thing, yeah, they
not less. People see that as well.
Yeah, this is kind of
not that.
Yeah, this is helping just to provide.
But it's throwing more money and creating more positions at this problem. And you can look anywhere in the region or the state and see that it's not working. Are there more? Is there a bigger problem or less problem? And how much more money, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that they spend? And it's created an industry with government employees and the agencies that they partner with. I'm not saying it's wrong, we shouldn't do it, but we have to, this slide of just throwing more money at it, it ain't working. So,
and let's also acknowledge the fact that we have supportive housing service money coming in. We've got 2 new affordable housing units coming in. So we're not operating in a vacuum where nothing else is being done at any other level of government that is also trying to throw money at this problem as well.
Yeah, well, mental health, as we know, our Youth Advisory Commission has said that that's an issue that they are concerned about as well, so. All right, Mr. O'Donnell.
What?
Yes or no?
I think funding this through ARPA will require you to reevaluate it in 2 years, and that's a good thing. You will not lose sight of it. So I'm for funding it through ARPA, and I'm okay with the position.
Andy, Lori?
I will second funding through ARPA.
Michael?
I'm in favor of the position. I guess doesn't matter that much to me where we fund it. I'm in favor of it.
I support this.
Casey?
No.
Adam?
No.
Yes.
Rocky?
Yes.
William? Okay, we have 2 no's and everybody else is yes, including my yes. Right, we're at the end of the line.
Matt is grinding away on the number.
Who wants to come up with a number?
So could somebody sing the Jeopardy, could somebody see the Jeopardy theme? So that the clock is going and Mr. Zip will hand out the
Want to do pass the hat or just put the credit card in and person pays? Let me know.
I've got an unlimited credit card, I'll be happy to put it in.
That's problem. I can only accept $50.
Real quick.
Under 50, $49.99.
Try and put this up or can't.
There's an old joke where a kid needs, he goes to his dad and he wants to buy these Air Jordans, and he goes, I need these Air Jordans. And the guy goes, how much are they? It's 100. He says to the kid, how much do you have? He says 50. He goes, so What it is you want those Air Jordans. What you need is another $50. And that's where we're at.
And what we need now is another, whoa.
What do we got?
Wow.
Do not take out my $150,000 for DEI.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Wow, can you make that bigger?
We're working on it.
I can take you, Frank.
I won't even tease it out. Not even.
As my friend says, George fights dirty.
As we get into the parks deferred maintenance thing, I did have a question because it was mentioned earlier that with the SDCs could be the maintenance, correct? Did you mention that
We
for
have to go
SDCs?
through and reallocate through the Parks Master Plan.
Oh, you gotta do
At
that
this
stuff.
point, there's no more money.
Well, now that you know,
We're all gonna have volunteer brigades. Everybody adopt a park.
we do that in baseball, we do field day.
And I hope the discussion includes that the 222,000 unallocated ARPA, the 400 that we may reallocate, and the potential for the 125 that's saved with the deferred hiring of the city manager, although that's the least of my concern.
Okay.
So, you wanna walk?
They type that on the paper with the mimeograph machine.
Can we selectively kill just those lights, or are we okay? Everybody see
I
that?
don't know what you're trying to do
We can just
there.
make it bigger.
Trying to make it bigger.
Oh, okay,
You
all
know,
right.
just scroll in on
Control mouse.
the, on
There, that's
the
better.
Excel.
That's
Okay.
good.
How about
Control
that?
mouse.
That's good.
That's better.
Oh, now
Much
cut off the
fine.
bottom.
Oh,
Fine.
yes.
There we go. All right, so on the left, you'll recognize the numbers that were on the slide that was static. And all the columns that we had, basically, as we went through this conversation, I heard how much you wanted to put towards the ask or the line item, and where you wanted to fund it from. So just going from the top, 2 positions, $500,000 of the biennium for the parks, 2 parks employees, MPs. OC together, initially that was opioid. We can move that either way. Right now it's standing as an ARPA expense.
Yep. Can you update that to make sure that it says just youth drug prevention?
Yeah.
Not OC together, since we all agreed that it was going towards,
Yeah, we're not sure about the program. And
I suppose you can put it off to the right if you want to, just of like any comments on
And I'm
it.
not convinced it's $80,000 either.
Okay. So the next line down was decline for the CIC. The library, we agreed on 60,000 a year times 2 for the bienniums, 120,000, and that was going to come from the general fund. Our commission was, it was tourism eligible, but we decided we're not taking anything out of tourism, so we're going to take that X off, and we were going to add 20,000 from ARPA, existing ARPA funds for the biennium. The next one down, turf fields was deferred, forester deferred, code, fully funded is what I heard at 240 for the biennium, 1 position, fund from the general fund. Caseworker, we've divvied this up between opioid funds, and at the end of the biennium, we anticipate having an excess of 143,000. So if we spend that excess during this biennium, we won't have enough to fully fund a caseworker if it's fully funded by the city. So I put the remainder of 57,000 under ARPA. Parks deferred maintenance was deferred. So the numbers right below the table are the totals of those asks. So out of the opioid, we're spending all the opioid. Tourism was left untouched. ARPA, we've allocated 157,000
And the number right below ARPA is 622,000. You can see over on the right, the description says amount on hand. That includes the 400,000 that was earmarked for homelessness and the 220,000 that was is unallocated ARPA funds at this point. So I lumped them this together for the conversation. You go over to the general fund allocation below the 860 amount on hand. We don't have excess on hand that we've identified yet. So essentially where we're left with is 465,000 left of ARPA, and we need $860,000 in the general fund to come from somewhere. Tony had suggested the lines below that we could essentially take the 150,000 that is already in the budget for DEI and the 150,000 that is coming from the general fund to the community development department for a commission goal. And we could take those out of ARPA, free up general fund money. So the lines below the double line are just shifting ARPA dollars towards the DEI and the community development goal, and using those existing dollars that are in the budget as funding for the asks above. So, and then we also agreed that we would save money from the assistant city manager hiring by a 6-month delay. The reason 63,500 is we all talked about that position being $500,000. We're gonna take 1/4 of that. What we didn't just speak into the discussion is that the city manager is funded across, as Tony explained, he's one FTE, but his funding is across all these other, all the city. And so only 50% of his position is funded by the general fund. So if we delay that for 6 months,
For the assistant.
the general fund's,
For the assistant.
yeah, the general fund's gonna gain a savings of half, and these other funds that pay for the assistant city manager will save money as well. That's the way we currently allocate that. So, yeah, it's, can you scroll down?
Here we go.
So we're right now in the general fund, 496,500 short, and we have remaining ARPA money of 165,000. So
What is that 943 in the tourism?
that's tourism. That's tourism on hand.
Oh, okay,
That's the
right.
TRT
Yes,
money.
yeah, TRT money, thank you.
So
what does that mean? We're really
331,000 short based on the summarization of the conversation you've had. So from here, we obviously need to get.
Would we, you know, so for me, it's like, I wouldn't recommend spending any additional ARPA. I think we call it spent. And then, would we consider rolling in some of those employee ads? One part, fund one position 2 years, fund one for 18 months or 12 months to get us through.
I mean, the library one.
We could have the same conversation about any of these positions.
And what happens if we add 5 cents to the rate? I'm looking at
Let me-
the chart.
Can I ask it? So you're suggesting, so we're short 496.5, take out, use the 165,000.
Yeah.
So we're short 330,000.
Correct.
Okay,
Over the 2 years.
over the 2 years.
Correct.
And I think, wasn't it the 5 cents was like $300,000? It was really close. It was like
10 cents is 350.
I'm just looking at 5 cents.
So
That's 350 a year though, right?
Yeah.
So that's 700.
Yeah, I wanna
So
make
if we
sure
do
we're-
5 cents, that'll get us to the 330 that we need for the biennium.
5 cents.
This chart that you prepared, that's per year, correct? So the shortfall is 165,750 per year. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same.
496 minus 500 plus 160.
496 minus 165 divided by 2.
Say it again, Matt.
The shortfall for the biennium would be the sum of those two numbers, which is a negative $333,000.
For 2 years.
So 165,000
For the
per
biennium,
year.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
165,750 per year, we're short.
And that's a year, right?
And yeah, that's what I just want to clarify, this is per year, this chart. All right, thank you.
So if we added 5 cents to our levy, to our tax rate, we'd have 182,744.38.
Correct.
Well,
Huh?
I'm not doing that. I'll tell you right now. Do what you will.
Could we look at some of the capital deferral?
Mr. Zook, would you like this?
No, I have a night job that I need this low voice for.
After your voiceovers?
I'm a radio DJ at night, so.
After he gets done singing at the opera.
What was the over the 2 years, it would reduce to 5.4%. Reading fund.
Well, I will just say, I'm not convinced that $80,000 is the right number for youth drug prevention. I support the concept.
Yeah, it should be more than that.
Well, maybe it should be, but we gotta start small and go somewhere.
Well, if we're trying to chip away at 331,000, one that pops out to me is code. It's 240,000 right there. That's a big
That
chunk.
had the most unanimous support of anything in tonight.
And that also affects the most number of residents, I would argue.
Yeah.
As does the
You
library.
can pick any other thing on there except maybe Forester, but for that anyway.
Yeah, the library is going to affect as many people as well.
The code enforcement involves every resident of Oregon City. Not every resident of Oregon City is a library, guarantee you.
But we have lots of children, we've got seniors, we've got.
What's their residents of Oregon City?
Yes, the residents, I'm talking about the residents of Oregon City. Oh, we got an emergency alert. Okay.
I swear to God,
That's
every
the second Amber Alert today.
Well, I'll make a suggestion that I don't really want to make, but as we've already said, we do have the parks master plan coming and a bigger discussion on parks.
Absolutely.
So maybe we make 2 employees, 1 employee, there's 250,000. Now we're within shouting distance of the 300 that we're short. We can.
I do wonder if staggering, there is a way to get there mathematically if we stagger the hires.
Stagger the hires?
Hired for the second year of the biennium.
Going into the second year.
What do you think about that? I mean, I'd support your idea of eliminating one of them.
It's kind of like what we're doing with the assistant city
Right.
manager, essentially
Right.
only funding it for 18 months in the beginning. We would fund one for 2 years, fund one for 1 year, right? And maybe we do the same with code, fund it in the second half. I know your position, but I'm just gonna put this out there. We funded an additional code officer. We hired that in the current biennium. We're now hired that person, trained them up, they quit. Okay, so now we're in the process of trying to rehire the position
They currently
was
have.
added. And then we're down the one that we added now, and then we're adding another one. So we would probably be going out and either trying to find 2 immediately or bring one on and then bring another one on. I'm just trying to find a way to get there.
Find anything. The hiring has been so bad.
So there's 2 current code enforcement, technically, like, there's, if you have 1 right now, you're hiring for 1, we're going to add 1 more.
If this is approved.
I mean, like, an idea be like I don't know how they do it, split shifts, and 1 person takes the weekends and 1 person, if we want weekend coverage, there's way to do it to get there, but I like the idea of being able to stagger the hiring so that we can get there and not have to take funding from any other sources and anything else in the budget that we all.
Doesn't staggering one of the parks take care of the problem?
But we're still low by
Takes care of most of
because we're still under by like 60,000.
If you look.
So that's what we're down total.
81.5.
Did we completely table the discussion of selling the cemetery?
I'm not sure. You want to be charged under run out of town on a rail, as they say.
As long as it goes, if it's voted by the citizens, then I'm sure that would go over well.
Yeah, I don't want to spend the money to put it on a
So
ballot.
that 250 is one employee now in part.
Sorry. I was gonna ask him to make that 375, so that would be one employee for 2 years, a second employee for the second year.
This will affect this year's budget, but obviously these positions are needed and wanted. I mean, having them this year doesn't solve the problem for the following biennium.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean,
So
we're gonna have
long
to-
term, we're gonna have to face this decision sooner rather than later. So do we want to commit to the impacts that these employees are making and put that to a vote? Or do we want to just find the most efficient way to getting our needs covered this year, next year, and argue about this for the next biennium?
Not quite sure what you.
Well, I don't understand that.
Is there money in the previous aspects of the budget that we already said we were good? Can we go back and revisit any of that money?
I'm
Sure.
not willing to do that.
Why would we not? Nothing's sacred.
It's all sacred.
I mean, I still have a hard time with the figure of 150,000 for DEI.
I think it's too little personally, but I think that they made their best guess estimate. And if we started this process, we've committed to doing the process, and it's our first goal. That's not in priority order of the 7, but it is just as important as having a caseworker. We know we have issues in this community, and I will, I support, I'm not willing to give that $150 up, $150,000 up. We've got to face the issue about ongoing issues in our community. This is one way to get there. One way.
So what do we defer?
What's the current deficit that we're at? I lost it.
We're at 206,500
206.
How did it go?
for the
up that
biennium.
We took out per biennium, okay. So we're at
Yeah,
100.
206,500 for the biennium, so 103,250.
The
That's easy.
150,000 allocated to planning, that's reacting to state stuff.
It's coming.
But 150,000 is we just kind of pulled that out of the air. I mean, it was an educated, I'm not saying you pulled it, it wasn't a guess, but we don't know what they're gonna come at it.
He has no idea. It could be
No
less,
idea.
it could be more, it could be longer, it could be shorter.
I
Complain possibly about unfunded issues.
We're so close. We're so close.
So
I mean, here's what I think. We've got positions we're filling. Every month we don't fill a position is to the good side of the contingency. Right?
Well, so far as money, but as far as services, ostensibly, we need those positions.
I'm not disagreeing
He's
with
getting
that at
there.
all. But
Let him get there,
the
William.
reality of what we're seeing in hiring and the time it takes.
Yep.
And the turnover, we might make that up in the first 6 months.
Mr. O'Donnell, may I ask you a question?
So we show that.
So I don't,
I tremble to hear it.
I trembled to say it. I don't understand why we aren't even going to consider at all. I'm only saying, let's take a look at 5 cents. We have been using the same rate for 12 years. Our costs are just going up. It has not kept pace with the needs of this community. And I don't think that's such a big ask, 5 cents. So,
Well,
I
it's
mean,
not a standalone 5 cents. They just passed this fire measure, and that's gonna add a significant amount of money to everybody's bill. To me, it's what straw breaks the camel's back.
I don't know.
Well, I do. I'm a homeowner, and I know every time I get my bill, it's like, wow, I can't believe what I'm paying in property taxes. So I just think, I think what Mr. Congo said, it's all, whatever you want to call it, frictional employment, the change from finding and making a hire. In the grand scheme of things, $206,000 that's over 2 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, my God, that's next to, that disappears frictionally
That's one vacant position.
for a year.
Kind of
Less than,
throughout.
yeah, less than.
So you're,
Less than
you're,
that.
you're okay with us trying to find it elsewhere and recommending we do this?
Yeah, I'd do it just as is. I'd roll the
All right,
dice.
well, let's go around the room. Some people want to get out of Dodge.
I agree.
Okay, you agree,
Yes.
Andy?
Yes. Wait, hold on.
Well,
We're
good
agreeing
question.
on this as is, yes, and that we aren't looking on this.
To the entire, we're voting on the
Yes.
entire budget.
We're voting on this.
Yeah.
We've
Yes.
already said
Okay.
consensus on
All
it.
right.
Yes,
We have a
yes,
question.
I like this.
Denise, please.
Okay. At this point, do we need to go around the room, or do we need a motion to recommend a budget to the city
I
commission?
am going around the room and then I'm going to ask for a motion based on the going
Okay.
around the room.
Okay, good. I didn't
So
know
I
that.
did Mr. Morrow.
Yes, and the reason being because, like you said, our costs are always going up, and the same is exactly true for the working families in this community as well, that a tax will impact.
And I could add the list of new taxes that people in this state region have been subject to, new ones on top of additional ones in just the last 3 years. And that's not talking about fees.
I
Those are
understand.
strictly
I
taxes.
understand.
So I do support the answer is yes to this.
Okay. Kyle,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes. Can I say one thing? The reason I would not be in favor of digging into that 60 cents for a little
5
different
cents.
reason, even 5 cents, because Mr. Zook has told us this is a balanced budget. He's comfortable with this, but he's also said we can't keep doing it exactly this way forever. And if we start nibbling into that, we're putting a future city commission that may be in a much worse spot than this with less tools in their toolbox. So I'm in favor of this as
Okay.
proposed.
all right. Lori?
Yes.
Yes, as
Okay,
proposed.
you were my first ask, so, okay.
You voted twice?
Let him vote twice, you know, it's called vote early, vote
It's
often.
the American way.
And I say yes, so now I would like to ask for a motion.
Could we take
We need a
just
total.
a short break? 'Cause
No.
We need to take these changes to get the final number
Yeah.
that's gonna be
Yes.
part of the motion. So just a
Exactly.
couple minutes to
Okay.
update our.
Well, I will say for the record, so we're talking about taxes, I'm on a fixed income.
Wait a minute,
So
you guys
I
You're on PERS too.
90%.
That's not fixed.
Oh, it is, it is, it is
I always
fixed.
tell my son, I can swear on my son, I tell
Yeah. These people are losing it right now. I'm assuming no one's drinking.
Okay, so
Not as much as we'd like.
thank you for commercial break. In your agenda on page 2 is
The agenda or the document?
agenda. Backside of the agenda is a motion. And that motion is going to be read verbatim with the exception of a new number. And I will give you that number now for.
Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead, somebody can do their own drum roll.
The new number is $282,481,529. And so when reading that motion, substitute the new number, will cover things that you guys just agreed on. Previous discussion. And the motion is both paragraphs. So you're both approving the budget and approving the operating tax.
They're not separate
Two
motions.
motions or one motion?
Make it one.
One motion.
I would like it to be two motions.
As you wish.
If you're making.
Can I have a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 to 2025 biannual budget, a amount of $282,481,529 as proposed and amended to be forwarded to the city commission for adoption.
Okay,
Second.
let's have the roll call. It's been moved and seconded.
Committee member Kyle Arnhart,
Aye.
committee member Adam Marl,
Aye.
committee member Frank O'Donnell,
Aye.
committee member Lori Arinello,
Aye.
committee member Rocky Smith,
Aye.
committee member Mike Mitchell,
Aye.
committee member Casey Flesh,
Yeah, aye.
secretary William Gifford,
Aye.
vice chair Andy Smith,
Aye.
and chair Denise McGrath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Can we have a motion on the second item, please?
I move to approve the general operating tax rate of $4.409 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal years ending 2024 and 2025.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mike Mitchell, moved by Adam Morrow. Roll call, please.
Committee member Kyle Arnhart,
Aye.
committee member Adam Marl,
Aye.
committee member Frank O'Donnell,
Aye.
committee member Lori Arinello,
Aye.
committee member Rocky Smith,
Aye.
committee member Mike Mitchell,
Aye.
committee member Casey Flesh,
Aye.
secretary William Gifford,
Aye.
vice chair Andy Smith,
Aye.
and chair Denise McGrath.
Abstain.
Motion passes.
We did it.
Thank you.
We need to do a motion to adjourn.
Yes, thank you, everybody, for all of the hard work, and it has been hard work, so is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I wanted to say something.
Oh, would you like to say
I
something?
do. I want to thank everybody here. I think Tony did a good job leading us through this. I think Matt was on point and did so many good things. I think you did a good job leading the meeting. I know my fellow commissioners excelled as usual, but I want to tell you, to me, the stars of the show were our citizen participants. I mean, they are the best I've ever seen, and I want to thank every one of you for what you said and did here tonight, because you guys were the best.
Before you get the rest of the thank yous, I want to thank, on behalf of the Budget Committee, the entire staff
Yeah.
for all the hard work, and let's hear it. And we'll be listening eagerly for your voiceovers to come on the air in the next couple of weeks here. That's how we're going to make up some additional revenue. Matt is hiring himself out to do voiceovers on behalf of the city.
6:20.
Okay, there you go. So thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Yay.